All right, so Devin, this was your GBP JPY. Pretty much looks good. It looks like you already kind of had like a whole bunch of stuff in your chart already to start, but I can see it because I know what like. I know what to look for, but you kind of already got it. I see you got this ghost pattern um right here. So you basically saying that you're looking for GBP JPY to come down here and test these highs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good job for that. But also pay attention because you're missing like a trend line up here somewhere. Um I think I had a trend line on mine that is coming from like the daily or the monthly that you're missing up here. So pay attention to that. Um and make sure you're just doing a thorough top-down analysis and not just missing out on these higher time frame trend lines. Other than that, that was good.
My monthly is a yellow, so I probably gotta reach whatchamacallit.
Readjusted. Okay,
Yeah.
cool, cool. GU is perfect. I like this one. Basically, you got the same thing. You got it coming down, testing its zone, and that's another thing that we're gonna talk about today. Um, Not looking too far into the future. So oftentimes, a lot of people get stuck in the market because they have um, they have a prediction of going like they think of it too far. So they think too far in regards to trying to predict price instead of reacting price. So I'm glad that you had this ghost pattern right here that indicated that your first step was carrying it to the zone and this trend line. And basically what this ghost pattern is saying, you're gonna carry it to this trend line and then you're gonna wait and see what it does. Is that what the thought process behind?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, perfect, perfect. And then this one for gold, you had a trend line break and retest, and you basically got it coming up to test this trend line and you see what you do from there. So that's a good job as well. Um, um, this one was this is Adrian's, right?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So yeah, this one, I like that you typed it out. You're saying that we're in a trend on the 1 hour and overall downtrend on the 4 hour. We're looking to see if price forms a new higher or continue the 1 hour uptrend and see if we'll break structure and create a new low. So that's real good because now you just being patient. Now you just have to wait and see what's happening next. So that's real good about that. And then today we also going to talk about like zones. So I know we really didn't talk about zones a lot yesterday, but in this case right here, it's good to note that we had this zone right here. So let me annotate real quick. Um, So even when you're doing like your markup, you want to pay attention to this too. So we could just say we had this 4 hour zone right here. So that would have been a good thing to note. And you could have said we're on an uptrend, but we also are testing this 4 hour level of resistance. And then we need to see if price is going to break that level of resistance or is it going to respect that level of resistance? Because if it respects that level of resistance, then we can potentially see price push down to the downside. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the next one, this one, good, perfect as well. And one thing I wanted you to note too is that so if we look at this structure, I want you guys to pay attention to the details too when you're marking them, and that's how you don't lose a lot of trades, right? So we have this structure right here, and we can see that this most recent higher low has got to be broken. And I know we didn't talk about too much of it, so I'm not gonna get on you about it. I just want you to pay attention to this detail. So now we had this higher low that was been broken, and we had this impulse move down, followed by this correction. So what should we expect next?
Impulse down.
Correct. So once we get this break and retest of this trend line, that's going to validate this overall move to push down, and then you'll be putting. What should you draw after that? Like you now have a point A to point B. So what should be drawn?
Fib.
Right. So then you'll be looking for a retracement to see if you're going to get that overall push down. And then if you get this trend line break and retest, then you know your fib level your TP. So you'd be looking at it like a negative 27 TP for that. That makes sense.
Yes.
And then on this one, you said it's now an uptrend on the 1 hour. We'll be looking for a break instruction with a new lower low possibly formed that is lower than the previous low or a new higher high if it continues to trend. So that's good as well. Gold, just how Devin had it. We have this overall trend line right here that has got broken. Oops. We had this trend line that got broken. So just how you said it broke the lows, that's good that you recognize that because you got this zone right here. So we're gonna be looking for price to respect right here and push down. But if it pushes further, then we're gonna be looking for it to come back up and retest this trend line. And then we'll be looking for it to push down. Make sense?
Yes.
And then Mina, you didn't really type it out, but I knew your thought process behind it. So basically, you had this green trend line, which is I think probably a 4 hour, and you had it respecting that. And now you said that it was in this consolidation. I think you typed it out on the email. Actually. Yeah, you typed it out on the email. So yeah, I see that you said that this is in this consolidation. So that's good that you noticed that. But also we can realize that you can trade inside consolidation if you know major and minor structure. So in this case right here, I just want you to be aware of this so you can know like for the next time. Like on this, we had this trend line right here that got broken and retested. So this was a quick sell opportunity right here, and you could have carried it down to that zone. That makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
So, but the safe play will just be wait for a break of this this overall consolidation that we in. But also you can draw this little downtrend right here on the 30-minute. This would be a 30-minute trend line. And then if you get a break and a retest of this trend line, then you'll be looking at the first spot, you'll be carrying it to the zone. The next spot will be up to this trend line right here. Makes sense?
It does. I have a question.
Yes.
So in stocks, they teach you that like it's at a support zone now. So you would look for candlestick confirmation to take it back up to the demand zone. Is that not the way it works for Forex?
No, it's the exact same thing, but we don't take trades just off of just being on the zone. Like we take trades when we have full confirmation. So yeah, I mean, you can take a buy right here, but you don't know if this is going to continue to break. So you need confirmation to see if it's going to bounce off of this first. And that's why I said wait for this trend line to be broken. Because if you break this trend line right here, then you know that it's going up to a buy, and you know for a fact that it's at least coming up here to this next demand zone.
Okay, so not just a bullish candlestick pattern. Wait for
Right.
it. Okay.
Because you don't know if it, because you could get an engulfing candle right here and then it still puts down, break and retest.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's just more of a risky entry, but I don't want y'all taking risky entries. I want y'all to have simplified entries.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. This is the same thing, RJPY. Basically, you had this, I'm glad you had this trend line right here because you could have caught this little buy right here. They said it looks small right here, but on the 15-minute, this probably would have been like a good 30, 40, 50 pips. And like I was telling y'all yesterday, we focus on the right now money because we don't want to just wait all day, all week to take a whole bunch of trades. So like if you was just in the right now moment, you could have just took this break and retested this trend line and carried it up to that zone, and that could have been your money for the day. So we always pay attention to the right now money as well. So that's a good job. And then we also obviously had it respecting this trend line, so we probably want to see it continue pushing up. So good job on that. And then Lee, when yours didn't have a link, so I just gotta put it up here. Right here, you said GJ is an overall sell, but on the 4 hour and on the 1 hour, it's in the uptrend, and it's sitting between the monthly and the 1 hour trend line, growth structure on the 1 hour. So if we break my 1 hour trend line, I would look for sales. And if it break above my monthly trend line, I'm looking for buys. So great job on that. So basically, you already know what the play is. Y'all see you had your instruction line, you see that it's been broken, so now you just waiting on that trend line break retest. So great job on that. Let's go next. JPY, same thing. You say EJ looks like it's ranging on the higher time frame, but on the daily, it's in the uptrend. It did break my daily trend line, and it looks like it could be a retest to go lower, or it could be a fake out and break above my daily trend line retest and go up to my monthly trend line. One thing I can say though, this is real good though, is that the fake outs, like I really don't subscribe to the whole fake out things. Like I think me personally, if it's in terms of fake out, that's probably just a minor structure TP getting hit before the move goes in the overall major structure direction. So if you still believe like it's a fake out, it's probably somewhere in here that you could have drew a fib on here and it hit. It's -27 or it's -61.8 before reversing in that direction. So when you look for these, just pay attention to the small details as well that could potentially give you a TP level. And I'm gonna give you an example and go right after this. So good job on that. And then USD JPY. So UJ is in the price, is on the downtrend on the high time frame. As I drop down, I see it's in the uptrend on the 4 hour and 1 hour. So price book structure, and I see me testing that zone going up. If they break my yellow trend line, my 1 hour, I'm going to see it go down to the 4 hour trend line. So good job on that. But also I want you to pay attention that what we just got right here was this is where you recognize the pattern. We just got this impulse followed by this correction. So more than likely, like you do right here, be waiting on the breaking retest to continue to go higher. So just pay attention to that. But good job as well on that. You just gave both scenarios, which is good. So you prepare for both of them. Let's see. I didn't miss anybody, right? I don't think I did. No, Kristen. Here we go. All right, so this one I like that you did. I like that you drew the higher lows and the higher highs on this. That's a good job. So you kind of labeling it, it's giving you a visual. So good job on that. I think it's important when you trade it to have a visual. That way it just make more sense and it leaves less room for guessing, because a lot of people, they get caught up and they tend to forget what's happening. So when you actually label these, it kind of gives you more of like a sense of, you know, what's exactly going on. So good job on that. This one you said price made a higher high. I'm looking for price make a higher low, which is retesting that higher high. So if we get this break and retest, then you say you got to push it down, but otherwise you're looking for it to push up. So good job on that one. That was your 1 hour. And then on 15-minute, you broke it down, got close to the price. So good job on that. And then you gave it on a daily as well. So I like how you did that on a daily and you drew out your structure. So good job on that. A lot of y'all, y'all can use this as a reference, because just how she did it on every single time frame, like it's not required of y'all, but I'm pretty sure it gave her understanding what's exactly happening on each time frame, because she did it from the she did the weekly, she did the daily, the 4 hour, the 1 hour, and the 30-minute. So she knows exactly where she's at on every single time frame. She labeled it all. So good job on that, Krista. Yeah, it wasn't required, but the fact that she did it, she understood it, lets me know that she understands the overall structure. So good job on that.
On my email provider, which is Outlook, I tried to, I think because I sent so many screenshots, it was saying that the file was big.
Mhm.
Because I also had marked up EU and GJ. So I had to, I was trying to send it separately.
Mhm.
I don't know if you got it or not.
No, I only got this one. I only got that one either. So, but don't worry about it. It's all good because I could see you understood it just from this one. So good job on that. And let me go to let me put one of these out.
Also, I have another question. So when it comes to a top-down analysis, just like with the 30-minute and 15-minute, it was kind of showing the same like picture.
Mhm.
So, and just like with the hold on, with the, so I was on the weekly and I seen the like the daily movement
Mhm.
inside the weekly, but I could still see the monthly movement. Is that so? Like when it comes to doing that, like doing top-down analysis, do you have to mark up every single time, or like you can move on to the next time frame if it's telling the same story?
No, you can just move straight on to the next time frame. Like you don't wanna force it and give you like yourself too much data. So if it's telling you the same exact thing, then you already recognize and you already marked it like on a different time frame, then you good. You don't have to like you don't want it to overlap or anything. So you could just leave it blank. If it's telling you the same thing, then you can't do nothing about that.
Okay.
All right, perfect. So today, well, actually, let me go to that goal example that I was talking about. So, when I was talking about that gold example, I remember how I said, um, it could look like it's a fake out, but on a minor structure, it's probably a TP. So this is what I meant by that. Um, where was it? It just happened this week, and I think it was this one. Um, yeah, so on this one right here, a lot of people probably felt like they got faked out because if you look at this in this case, we broke these highs, right? We broke these highs. And for the most part, we think, okay, once we break these highs, that we're gonna break retest, continue going higher. But in this case, we broke the highs and then we came right back inside, retested that high and then pushed down. But in this case scenario, it was just a negative 27 TP for this overall fib. And then that's why price pushed down. So you had to be mindful of this overall structure right here. That was impulse, correction, continuation, correction, continuation, which led to this negative 27 getting hit. And then we started our push back down. So like that's why I said I don't really subscribe to the whole fake out thing, but it's more so just knowing where you at in the market because there's always a TP available to get hit. And there's always like some structure there that you might not have seen in the first place. So you just got to be mindful and pay attention to like the smallest details. But if you wanted to, if you do think you believe in fake outs and stuff, then you just got to know how to play them. So I'm gonna give you a pattern to know if it like to understand and capitalize off of a fake out. So just how I just drew this zone, we know this was the high. So anytime you get a high broken, you get something like this, you get the high broken, and then price comes right back down into the zone, and then retest that zone as a level of resistance, then you know that's a sell opportunity in this case. And then for a buy, that's not it. So this will be your sell opportunity here if we have broken this level of resistance. And then for a buy, it's the exact same thing, but it's like this. So it's basically M's and W's. And we're gonna talk about those today. But like if you get a level of support broken and then price pushes right back into that zone and test this level as support, then you know that's a buy opportunity. It's the same thing as a break and a retest, but it's a little different because you did break a level of resistance and you did retest it, but it was after initial break of a structure level. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Y'all a little quiet today. I need some more energy. I'm the one that got COVID. Y'all acting like y'all got COVID. It's the last day. I need y'all to give me some energy or something. Y'all need y'all mics. Y'all don't even gotta put them on mute. Y'all can just leave them on. But so today, before we no, actually, I'm gonna let y'all do. I'm gonna do y'all the entries first. So I prepare some entry examples on a pair that I'm gonna go over. But first, I want you guys to make sure that you have your stuff written down. So I want you to write down in your notebooks a section for entries and exits. And the first thing I want you to write down, and I want you to put in big bold letters, is the number one rule is you never enter the market without confirmation. And then I want you to put in parentheses a break and a retest. So we understand that we never, ever enter in the market without a break and a retest. And that gives us our confirmation. Because we do not gamble in the market. We do not enter the market off of hope. We do not enter the market off of what we think is going to happen. We enter the market of confirmation. That makes sense?
Yes.
We always need a solidified reason to be entering the market. A lot of people lose trades. A lot of people feel like they're bad traders because they enter off of what they see potentially as a candle forming that's pushing in the direction that they thought. And then before the candle even closes or anything, it wicks out or something and they already in the trade and then it starts to go the opposite direction. And then boom, now they lost their money and they really didn't even have to because all they had to do was wait for confirmation on the break and retest. And they could have saved themselves, but a lot of people don't have the patience. So it's really a patience thing. And that's what, that's what that book is going to tell you about. It's like understanding and having patience. And you're reading a book where we talk about edge and entering the market without an edge is the recipe for disaster. So keep that in mind as well. Also, I want you to write down after your TP is hit, you do not care what the market does. You are a disciplined trader.
That's rule number 2.
Yeah. You are a disciplined trader and you follow your rules. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Next thing, you also, as a trader, you must have a systematic approach to enter in the markets. This is how you eliminate randomness. And it also helps you know when your edge is present. Everybody got that?
Can you repeat that one?
As a trader, you must have a systematic approach to entering the markets. This is how you eliminate randomness and also helps you know when your edge is present.
I'm sorry, helps eliminate what?
Helps eliminate randomness. And let me know if you need me to repeat it again. Y'all good?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, the systematic approach that we're going to go over is the 5 steps to entering the market. The first step is that you must always have a impulse, put in parentheses, a break, and then put in parentheses again. This tells you the direction the market wants to go. Fix this so I can see it. Okay. So that's step 1. You must always have an impulse, parentheses, break. This tells you the direction the market wants to go. So step number 2, you must then have a correction, parentheses, retest, and another parentheses. This confirms the direction and a pattern shall appear. So you must have a correction, parentheses, retest. This confirms the direction and a pattern shall appear. So remember when I said that you have to have confirmed entries. So the impulse followed by the correction. So really just a break and a retest confirms the overall move. So without those two, you're never taking a trade in the first place. So number 3, price must have retraced to a bid level being the 23.6, 38.2, 50, 61.8, 78.6, 88.6, and or 100% level. So you know that we use fib for everything. So fibs determine our entry. Fibs also determine our exits. So we always have to have a point A to point B for our fibs. And so that's what basically what this says. So price must have to retrace to one of these levels. And that means that the price retrace to one of these levels that we have gotten a point A to point B. And a point A to point B is stemmed from step 1 and step 2, which is a break and a retest. Does that make sense?
I got a question.
What's up?
What do you mean on number 2 when you say and shall, a pattern shall appear?
So basically, when you get a correction or a retest, a pattern comes. So, you know, whenever you get an impulse, you get a correction. A correction starts to form a pattern, whether it's a flag pattern or whether it's a wedge pattern, and you get something like this, and then you finally get a breakout, but you have this wedge pattern. We're gonna go over patterns here in a second, but this is just telling you the steps for the entry.
All right.
Okay, number 4, price must be at a kill zone and put parentheses structure line, and then put another parentheses, a structure level that is holding or has been broken and retested. So those are the 4 steps. And then number 5, and then it's another one, number 6. Those are both bonuses. So for number 5, this is a bonus. So you can put bonus, and then you put M or W pattern, which is a double top or double bottom. And like I said, this is a bonus. And then number 6, engulfing candle or bullish / bearish variation at the kill zone structure. I'm gonna make this bigger for you all so you can see. Yeah, let me know when y'all finish right now.
I got it.
So we'll leave that up. Perfect. So I'm gonna give you a few examples of some trades where you have full confirmation, and this is what we call confluence as well, right? So I mean, you can draw it out if you want to, just so you can see it, but also you can like take a picture of it and then or just watch the recording and then like pause it. Whatever. So I'm gonna go over a few examples of some entries that we could have took. So I know we talked about GBP USD yesterday. So in this case right here, we understand, everybody remember that we was in the uptrend from 1 hour yesterday on GU, right? 1 hour structure.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just zoom out. We had this uptrend that was on the 1 hour structure. So Now that we on our smaller time frames, we go down to the 15-minute. So this is what I mean by boxing in price. So at this point in time, we had no move at the market, right? We were still in this this little bullish like pennant type thing. So we had price boxed in. We knew price if it was to break, if price was to break and we test this trend line, then we're gonna be looking for sales down. But we also knew that at this point we had this 15-minute trend line. We had point A to point B. We brought into the future that if price was to break this trend line and retest, then we'll be looking for buys. So in this case, this is where we sit on our hands. So we can see though also that we start to form like a small level of consolidation on 15-minute. You can see that we had this small level of 15-minute consolidation. So at this point, this candle, this is why I say it's important to have conversation, because the average person right here will see this candle right here and they'll be ready to enter just because it's looking like it's breaking. But that's not enough to give you validation. So in this case, we see that it broke, and then the very following candle broke right back inside of the sun. So we still didn't have enough validation. But at this point now, we see that we have gotten a break, and we have gotten what? What was this move right here?
Impulse.
Correct. So we see that we have an impulse. So if we go to the steps, the first step we had is we must have an impulse, right? That tells us the direction the market wants to go. It literally told us, I have a lot of bullish pressure right now. Now I'm looking for this. So we broke a level of restructure, we broke this consolidation. So the first step complete. Impulse tells us the direction the market wants to go, aka a break. So now we need step 2. So now we need an overall correction, or aka a retest, to confirm that we're now going in that direction. So now we sit on our heads. And then boom, now we start to get our overall retest, right? So we can see that price has just now broken this overall 15-minute trend line. And then it also gave us a correction in the retest of this trend line. So that's what's highlighted right here. And then we also have confluence that we have broken a level of resistance. So now, if we were to draw our figs, we draw point A to point B, we can see that price has retraced to this 38.2 retracement, correct? So now we have validation that price broke our trend line, price broke our level of resistance, has now retested this trend line, and also price has now retested this structure level. So this is now what we consider a kill zone, because a kill zone is a structure level that has been holding or has now been broken and retested. That makes sense?
Yes.
So our kill zones are going to be adaptable. So like, in a sense, it's like, remember when I was drawing that structure line yesterday and I put breaking structure?
Yes.
I follow it. That's exactly what this is. It's a breaking structure. So now we have an impulse followed by a correction, which is our retest. And we have validation that we have two or more confluences saying that we're now going up because we broke and retested our trend line. We also broke and retested our structure level, aka our kill zone. And then the bonus is, remember what I said, is that you can either get an M pattern or a W pattern. In this case, we didn't get it, but what did we get? What was our other bonus that we got in this case?
Golfing handle.
A bullish variation, but in technicality, yes, that's basically what it is, because we got this sequence right here. This 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3 bullish candles. As me personally, I would have entered after this candle right here, because that let us know that we have enough bullish momentum when we pushing up to the upside. So now we enter the position. Stop loss goes where?
The previous low.
Under 100 mark.
For this case scenario, it could go beneath this low right here. But if you didn't have this low right here, then it would be to this low, the most previous low, this structural low. So in this case, we could just put it around right here. And then our take profit is what?
TP1 -27.
So in this case, we let this play out. And by 60p. And then boom. Now you see how if you were a greedy trader, how price would have started to pull back, and then eventually it would have pulled back it probably would have pulled back a good 20 pips. So you see how if you would have just took profit right here, then you would have been debating if you want to close it, because you started to think like, dang, is it going to push down? Is it going to push down? So this is where psychology comes in. Once it hits your TP, you're out the trade. No ifs, ands, or buts. It doesn't matter what you think it's going to do, or if it hits TP, you're out the trade. Now, in certain cases, there's also a way that you could carry this to a higher TP. In this case, this was a 15-minute minor structure fib, right? So we based this entry off of this overall minor structure analysis, right? But if we drop down to a higher time frame, we could see that this is an overall 4-hour zone, and we could have drew our point A from here to point B, and then we could have carried it to our -61.8, and that's ultimately what this did. Hit this -61.8 and reverse.
So the TP1 is -27.
Yes. So this already hit TP once we got close right here, but that was just a 4-hour structure. But the minor structure TP is -27 right here. So the -27 4-hour structure lined up with the 0 structure. But we didn't base this entry off of this overall 4-hour structure. We based it off this minor structure. So we was looking to carry it to our -27 on minor structure. But if we were looking at overall carry it to the overall -61.8 on major structure, we knew at this point, this is the ultimate take profit for the overall bias of this overall 4-hour structure right here.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
All right, so we executed this trade, boom, we won this trade right here. We made our money, we made about 50 pips off of this trade right here. So that was a good trade. That was just this is one of those examples where you don't need the whole pie, you just need a slice of it. If you can get a slice of the pie every day, then that's gonna be enough to feed you and your family. Because a lot of people, where they mess up is they want to hit home runs. A lot of people want to take 100 pip trades or 200 pip trades, and they don't take what the market gives. This was clear as day that the market was giving you this impulse correction and gave you this overall potatoes. Like, it's clear as day. So for you to be greedy is just like detrimental to your trading, because you don't know when the market is going to pull back. You don't control the market. So we take our profits as the market gives us. And it talks about that in the book as well. You take profit as the market gives you the opportunity to. So that was one example right there. And then I had another example right here as well. Same type of setup. We're using this overall downtrend on this 15-minute structure. We then broke our highs right here. And then we go back to the steps. Moving back down. So what's our first step?
Impulse.
Look for the impulse.
Right. So can we check that off? Do we have an impulse?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So we got our impulse right here, which is a break. And then followed by what? A correction.
Correction. Which is the retest.
Correct. We got a retest of this trend line, and we also had a retest of this zone. We have two break tests. So there's gonna be times where the market, it doesn't just go as you want it to go. Sometimes it's not gonna go as fast as you think it's gonna go. So sometimes you'll have multiple retests. So although we got this break right here and this retest right here, we also got our second retest right here. So sometimes you just have to be patient and let the market play out, because either one of these entries are still valid. So if you missed the first one and then price came back down to retest again, then that just gave you a second opportunity to capitalize on this move. Make sense?
Yes.
Perfect. So now we see we got our impulse, we got our first step, then we got our correction, our retest, second step, and then now we'll be looking for our fib level. So we could draw point A to point B, and then price pull back to this 23.6 or this 38.2. In this case, I honestly, my first fib would have been right here, right? But once it hit this negative 27, then that's when I would have adjusted it. So after it hits your TP, then you could adjust it, and you could have, there's multiple ways to draw them, but they all line up the same. So you could have took your fib from this point A to this point B, and then you would hit your negative 27, or you could have had your fib from right here, point A to point B. From this lower point, right? It's just depending on what impulse you're judging off of, a major or a minor structure. That makes sense?
Yes.
So we can see that we had this one A, one B, go back to our 38.2. So that gives us step 3. And now price will step 4.
Price must be at a kill zone.
Correct. So what do we have here? We had a structure level. This was a previous high that has now gotten broken and retested. So now we check off step number 4, and now we're able to enter the trade. And then also we got a bonus. We got this engulfing candle right here. So that could have let us know that now we're entering the market. So we could have placed our buy positions right here, and then our take profit would be TP1, negative 27, or if we were looking at it from a higher time frame standpoint, then we could have known that this was just a point A, point A, point B for our overall big level of this. So for overall projections, if you was looking at this from like a 4-hour time frame, it could have been all the way up here, but that's more so of a swing trade. But for the right now money was our TP negative 27 on our minus field. And then our stop loss, where our stop loss go.
Let's look.
Right under the next low. So right about right here, under these lows. Make sense?
Yes.
All right, and now on this one, I drew it. I didn't type them all out on every single one because it was taking too long. But this is one of the ones where I want y'all to like pay attention because this is a good example. So this is more so like on a 1-hour fib. Because these was just these is real minor structure fibs. So the example I just gave y'all was real minor structure, like intraday, where y'all just get in and get out, y'all making money for the day and go about your lives. But this one was more so like a trade for the week. So if you hear me talking over we do our call, I'll be like, I'm looking for this overall move for the week. This will be one of those examples where I'm looking for a week of this trade ultimately took 11 days to complete, but for the overall TP, but for the first one, it took 6 days. So that was a whole week worth of hold in this case, because it's off a 1-hour structure. But you can see right here that we had our first step we had our impulse, right? We had this push down. We took out these lows. So we now had a break. So now the market gives us a point A to point B, point A, point B. So now we have a case to draw our fibs, right? So now we have to be patient and wait for our fibs to play out, our counter trend to play out before we enter this. So remember, I said we never enter the market without confirmation. So a lot of people, they would have entered right here, they would have entered right here, and then some people would have entered right here. But the people that entered right here got smacked because they didn't wait. What didn't they wait on?
The retest?
A break and a retest to let them know that this counter trend was now over. Because a lot of people, they just enter and they wasn't sure that the counter trend was, the retracement wasn't going to be stopping yet. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So within these counter trends, especially on the 1 hour and the 4 hour, remember how I said that we have trends inside of trends. So this was a minor trend inside of this overall counter trend. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we have to be careful because if we drop down to the 15-minute, this is a whole trend in itself. It's the whole amount of data that we have right here. So we have to be sure and wait for a break and a retest to let us know that this is now ready for us to enter to catch this overall sale. So in this case, like I said, a lot of people got smacked right here because they should have waited for this. At this point in time, we could have waited for a break and a retest, but we never got a break on these lows. We just consolidated here. We pushed up. We came right back down, consolidated, pushed back up. So you always have to have overall confirmations before entering anything. So we can see now that we have our impulse, step one, our impulse, our correction, which is a retest of this trend line. And then also, what was it a retest of?
Instruction.
Destruction of the kill zone. So we have that as well. And then we see that we retrace to what Fibonacci level?
One point eight.
Correct. So we retraced our 61.8, and then we also had our kill zone being broken and retested. So we had all 4 steps that we needed to enter this trade, and that's why I have them all listed. So in this case, we have, and this is just from a zoomed out standpoint. We had our point A to point B impulse. This is the impulse on a higher time frame, correction. And then we had our trend line break and retest to solidify that we are now looking to carry this. So based off of this overall fib, what was our TP level that we should be looking for?
Negative 61.8.
Correct. So our overall targets should be in negative 61.8. But this is where it gets, this is where it depends on you as a trader. So as a trader, remember how I talk about the right now money and understanding like who you are and what type of trader you are. So if you know you're not a patient person, because remember I said this trade took 10 days, right? For 276 pips. It took that long. But in the midst of this, what could you have done? What could you have done and capitalize on the right now? What could you have done right here?
Draw the downtrend.
Nah, that's not the answer I'm looking for.
Draw fibs from the top to the bottom of the break, the end of the break.
Correct. So we have a point A right here and a point B for our minor structure trend. So we could have our point A to point B. And we see that this retraced to our negative 61.8 on our minor structure. So what's our TP should we be looking for?
Negative 61.8.
Right. And we can see right here that on this minor structure, price is just negative 61.8 and then started to pull back again. So this was 127 pip move, but this move only took 3 days versus taking the overall 11 days on the higher time frame structure. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you see how you can capitalize on the smaller moves inside of the overall bigger moves and still be able to catch moves inside of these overall moves. So if we drop to the 1 hour, we can see, yeah, this was a beautiful move, but we understand that if we're not as patient or we're not a swing trader, that's not, where we want to be, then we can still capitalize on these smaller moves. And inside of this, we still have moves inside of moves. Like there's always opportunities for the market to give you another entry. So we can see that right here. We had a kill zone. What do we have? We had a break, a retest. Could have been another entry right here and took it down to the negative 6.8. That makes sense?
Yes.
So even if you missed this initial entry, you could have caught this initial entry. And you also could have caught this initial entry. Right? And it's trend line back to retest. Make sense?
Yes.
Now, let's do another one. This one right here. What do we have? We first had our impulse. And let me know if y'all need me to zoom in. If y'all can see candles clearly, let me know. Because I don't know what it look like on my screen. But I want to make sure y'all can see like super clear. But, all right, so we see. First, we had our impulse move down. We broke these lows of this structure right here. We broke these lows. So now that gives us the okay to do what? Once we have a point A to point B.
Got a fit.
Fib.
Draw the fib, correct. So now we can draw a fib from our point A to point B. And then now we know in the back of our minds, we also broke this trend line. So in the back of our minds, we need to pay attention to that. So we see we had this break and then price pulled all the way back up to this trend line before it started pushing back down. But that's why we have to be mindful of these trend lines that's getting broken and retested, because we know in the back of our heads that it's a high probability chance that we can break and retest this trend. So that's what price did. Price pulled back all the way up to our 78.6. And then since it pulled back to our 78.6, our TP is our negative 16.8. And then we hit our negative 16.8 and we instantly reversed. But in the midst of that, what could we have done while we was waiting on that overall major structure to happen? So let me draw the replay to you. At this point in time, what could we have drawn while we was waiting on that overall pullback?
Another fib.
Yeah, we could draw another fib. I'm looking for something else.
Another trend line
Correct. So where will we draw a trend line from?
from the top of the yellow down.
Yeah. So boom, we have our trend line right here. And this would just be a minor structural trend line. So we can see what did we just have right here? What was
Impulse.
this? Right, another impulse that broke what?
Structure.
Right. So on a minor structure, we understand that we have a potential move for a buy, but our overall major structure, we know in the back of our heads that we're looking for sales, correct?
Yes.
We have to be mindful, and this is why it's important to understand the major and the overall minor structure, because the major structure, we understand that it's gonna take, it might take a little longer to play out, but we still gonna get this money in between there. We're not gonna just wait for days and days just for one move. We're gonna get this money in between because we understand how the market moves. Once we understood that we got these structure broke and then we break this trend line, then it's go time. We're gonna draw point A to point B for our fields. And we could do this, right? Boom. So we let that play out and boom, we catch our buy and then we hit our TP. That was simple as that. Boom. Like impulse, correction, continuous. So
Where would you enter on that though?
right here. So look, this is where you put all the pieces together. So now we got our break. We got our break of these structures right here, right? So we understand that. So now we have our point A to point B. And then we got our correction, right? And then we have our trend line. So the risky entry, which I don't recommend y'all do, is right here. But after these like candles, but I'm not teaching y'all that. We have a structured break right here, right?
Right.
So break. So we have our break and then we have our retest right here. So this candle right here is where you enter. Based off of when we move it, so. Based off of this level of resistance being broken and retested. And then we got a engulfing candle bullish variation to take that up. And if you missed that one, then opportunity number 2 comes from after you adjust your fib. And it's another 61.8, which is another retest of that to carry that high. Make sense? So you gotta be able to adapt, and that's why I gave y'all 2 ways, because if you was just waiting on the trend line break and retest, you wouldn't have got it. But if you understand where you at in the market, you understand that you just broke this lower high point on the structure, you use to draw the structure out. Now I had our break, retest, TP smack. And then after that, like I said, you adjust it. Now this is just one big impulse correction. Let's continue. That makes sense.
Yes.
But that's just understanding where you are, and it's gonna take time. It's gonna take you training your eyes to see. Y'all didn't really see the entry because y'all haven't trained your eyes, but I can see the entry clear as day because I just practice it and practice it and practice it over and over and over again. So that's one thing that you got to do. Like you have to be able to distinguish and understand what's going on. That way, your eyes will just start beginning to notice. Let's go back. Oops. Just lost the spot. All right. So, but in the midst of that, this is what we call confluence as well. So, go to 30-minute. We can see right here, now how I said we adjusted that fib, right? So remember I said this gives us our new point A, point B, point A, point B. Price pull right back to the negative 61.8. And what happened?
Reverse.
Price reverse.
Correct. So that negative 60.8 lined up with our 88.6 on our major structure field. So right as soon as that negative 61.8 hit, that was a structure retest of this trend line, and it also gave us a third touch of this trend line right here. 1, 2, 3 of this downtrend for this 4-hour trend line. And also we know that negative 61.8 means reversal. So we knew it was time to get out of the market. And then at this point, you could have entered the trade off of this break and retest of this trend line, or if you wanted to be more safe, what could you have waited on? if you want to play it safe.
Break and retest of a kill zone.
Correct. So in this case, we right here. We got our break, our retest, and then entry right there. Make sense?
Yes.
So now, really, it's all about y'all seeing the opportunities. Because if you can see it, then you can catch it. But it's all about you seeing it first. You have to be able to. You have to know this stuff like the back of your hand. Like you got to know this stuff like you know your brothers and sisters, or you know your moms and dads. Like that's how well you got to know it. Like you really got to know it, and be able to distinguish and see what's going on. And that's why the top-down analysis is important, because if you never did the top-down analysis, you would have never knew that on the higher time frame, such as the 1 hour, that this was a trend line break and retest, and it was a breaking structure that gave you a point A to point B, so you could have put out your fields. And then you could have saw on this 1 hour time frame that you got candlestick exhaustion, and also you got a bearish variation right here to let you know engulfing. Okay, so we probably looking for sales, and then we eventually came down, retested again, pushed up. But it all stemmed from putting the pieces together from the higher time frame. Does that make sense?
Yes. You said on the 4 hour GU is in the downtrend.
Yeah, right here. From right here. You see this green trend line?
Oh, okay.
It's downtrend right here. So our structure is this. This is our overall structure right now. And that's where we at currently.
So zoom all the way out to see the full structure.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's just coming from like a top-down analysis. So if you would have started from the monthly, it's gonna be hard to see, but the monthly you will see that downtrend. And then the weekly, say pretty much the same as the monthly, but we broke this monthly trend line. And then on the daily, we could have saw a reason this uptrend that we now broke that uptrend on the daily. And now we're pushing this overall down.
Okay.
But I know it seemed like a lot with all these fibs and stuff in there, but once you start to like see it, then you go, the fibs not gonna bother you as much. Y'all probably looking at this like, how do you see this? But it just comes with experience. All right, now this is solely up to y'all. Do y'all want me to give y'all more examples, or do y'all want to try to find one for yourselves?
I want to find one.
You want to find one? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you remote control, and then no. Give you remote control. All right. You got control?
No, I don't got it.
Okay. All right. I gave it to you now.
All right, now which one do I?
Just pick a pair on the side, wherever you want, or you can just type it in. Don't mind. So I want you to just find overall the whole 5 steps, but I want you to break it down. So basically find the trade that you could have capitalized off of on the whole 5 steps of the entry process that we just went over.
All right.
It could be on major structure or minor structure, it don't matter. And while he's doing this, Mina, if you could type in the chat, are you still following? Are you still, you understanding everything? Okay, no one.
I gotta put my steps up. It's kind of harder on mine because my screen is small.
See, the screen small.
Yeah.
Do you want to just share your screen there from your computer?
Hold on. Let me reset it. I mean, this could kind of be one on the minor structure.
You know what? Repeat that.
No, I said this could kind of you could have kind of got this by right here. Like you got the impulse and broke this not really though.
You gotta right click it to stop it because I got it on lock.
You said right click it.
Yeah, you got it now.
So you kind of got your you got like the impulse move up. It retrace back to the 23.6 and it broke structure on the left. So you could pick it up to the 61.8 on minor structure.
Okay, so why do you think you should have took it to -6.8?
I'll probably
Double click
yeah,
it.
this shit hard.
Double click it. When you, yeah, the path tool is different.
I
But
mean, looking at this one, I probably would have took it to the 27th, but probably if I zoomed out on higher time frame.
okay. Can anybody tell him what else he could have drew that he potentially missed that could have gave him
Can you
another
can you go
confirmation?
back to it?
Yeah, pull it back up here. All right, zoom in. Somebody tell me what he could have drew to give him another confirmation that that was gonna buy right there.
I don't even
Is
know.
there a correction?
Nah, I'm looking for some. Well, what have I been drawing all day?
Trend lines.
Yeah, so where could you place the trend line to let you know another confirmation?
But I don't think it probably would have retested it. But you can drop it from the top.
Okay, that's one. That's a minor structure one, but it's another one I'm looking for too. You could take the lock off if you don't want it to keep doing it.
Price retested that minor downturn.
There you go. There, that's what I'm looking for right there.
But it
No,
ain't. It probably wouldn't have retested it, huh?
It didn't fully retest it, but it gave you confirmation to take a buy in the first place because that's only a 23.6. So that was that wasn't even a full like retrace. It was just a quick retrace. So let me see. I'm about to grab the chart real quick. Yeah, that's it. Let's see. So from this is what I was looking for, like you just drew it out. But it gave you confirmation that you was looking for the buy. But on the smaller time frames, we can see that this is a level of resistance that has gotten broken and also has gotten retested. See that?
Yes.
Yeah, I see.
So even though it wasn't like even though he drew that with this line right here, but I wanted y'all to see that this was just a super strong impulse and it only retested right here. But he had confirmation that he was looking for the buy in the first place because overall we had this trend line right here that got broken. And it didn't come all the way down and retested, but we did get a retest of this high that got broken. So you got to pay attention to the details to know exactly what's going on. And then also another confirmation that we was looking for the buy is that we also got what kind of candlestick pattern.
Engulfing.
So we had an impulse, move up, push.
You got a W and an engulfing.
Yep. So we got this small correction. Now, if we go to the smaller time frame, this is where you got to capitalize. We got this overall small correction on this 15-minute. And then we also got this break and retest of these highs that was broken. But in this case, honestly, I probably wouldn't even took the trade because I wouldn't have liked it because honestly, the risk would have been too great. Like it would have been too big for me. I didn't like when GJ was doing this. I didn't trade it at all unless I would have. The only way I would have traded is if I would have caught it from the bottom. But these little 23.6 retracements, I really don't like those because they just so risky because you don't know if it's gonna go to any of these other levels. So
Hey,
you gotta be mindful. What's up?
I got a question.
What's up?
Could you have bought it right there?
Yep, that was the other entry I was looking for. I thought y'all was gonna say too. But the reason why I say that is just because of this, like this trend line he had right here. This overall, the first one he drew, that could have been a minor structure, trend line breaker retest. And we also understand we broke these highs, but that was more so of a risky entry because it never came back to this trend line. So it's kind of played by the ear, but also, like he said, from the higher time frames.
When you told us to draw the supply and resistance zones, you told us to go off the candle before it. That's why I was asking if you can buy it off that breaker structure right there.
Yeah, but this is a 15 minutes, so it's not like a valid overall supply and demand zone. Remember, the supply and demand zone is off for 4 hours in the day.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
But also, see, this is why you gotta build the case. So this is another thing I want y'all to understand too. So I know I talked about this, I think it was the first day. So now how I said when you're trading, it's kind of like building a case like first 48, right? So in order for the detective to arrest somebody, they gotta build their case so they know for a fact that that's the right person, right? Same thing in trading. Before you arrest or say arrest is taken, before you place in a trade, you need to have all the evidence that you need before you enter that mode. Like you can't just enter without building the case. So, because in that case, you're gonna get the wrong person. And if you get the wrong person, that's losing the trade. So y'all need to have complete confirmation before you enter anything. So in this case, we could have built this case by understanding what was happening on the overall higher time frame. Because he had this, and also he didn't label this, but we had this level of support right here. That price tested off of 3 times. So the story on this zone was every time price tested zone, it bounced, it bounced, it bounced. So in this case, what we have here on the 1 hour time frame, we had a bullish variation. We had this engulfing. So that was letting us know that overall we had a high probability chance of buying. And also, what do we have here? We had an impulse push up. This was just a correction. This was just a continuation. So if we draw our fibs from point A to point B, you'll see that this was a 50% level. Now we drop down to our smaller time frames. And then what do we have here? We had this overall downtrend on this 15 minute. So we can see if we draw out the structure, we got a structure level getting broken right here. So we could have capitalized on this. And your entry could have been right here to catch that up. And then the first TP, first area you would have been looking for is this trend line because you didn't know if it's going to break. Once price did break and retest that trend line and it respected the zone, then you just engulfed and then you could have took it up. And then you would have been carrying it to the negative 27 on this overall higher time frame. So that would have been about 124 pips if you caught it from the low. And then if you caught it from the highs, 78 pips, which is still a good trade. And if you was taking it off of this minor structure, then you would have caught it from there. And you would have took it to that minor structure to be negative 27. And you see this negative 61.8 line up with this overall negative 27. So that's this. You could have took it to either way. Makes sense?
Yes.
See how I broke that down and I had to build a case for it. And I just think like just have one area of confidence. You have to have multiple areas of confidence. You have to understand where you are in the market at all times. Well, good job, Lee. So anybody else want to practice?
I took a crack at it.
Like, you want to do DJ still, or you want to do a different thing?
Yeah, I can do GJ. Actually, let me do gold.
Oh, All right, you got remote control.
So I got a downtrend on the 4-hour. Came to this resistance zone. Broke structure on the 4-hour. Right here. Um, on my 1-hour. Hold on. I had a break of structure right here and then a retest right here. No, I probably got in right here. And uh, it's my major structure. I could take it down. I see it engulfing, doji, whatever you want to call it. Hold on, what the heck?
I got it on lock. So you gotta hit the right thing.
I'm gonna take it off lock.
Delete one side of it. There you go.
I'll take it down to my 27. Cause I only go to my 50. And then technically your stop loss should be above the last high. My bad right here. Cause I'm taking it on minor structure. So I can either take it to this 27 or take it to that 27. And that's it.
Good stuff. Now, is there anything else you want to add before that?
I mean, I can't really draw no trend line for real. Cause this is like, wait, this won't even make sense to me.
Right.
Like that won't even make sense. So I had to go off the breaker structure, the kill zone.
That's 100% right. Good job. Now let me I'm gonna show you just like the overall flow of leading up to this. And that way you could have capitalized on this too, just from having other stuff inside of it as well. So let me trade control.
I got one question though about this entry.
What's up?
How would you know not to take them over here? I don't got control no more, huh?
No, I just did it. What you talking about though?
The like all the price actions before it, how would you know not to take it again? I mean, like early, because there's a break of restructure right here or a retest right here.
Yeah, that's facts. But you in the overall consolidation zone. So you know when you're inside consolidation zone that you don't have to wait for a break of either direction. So this overall consolidation is that's just what it is. So you when you know how to trade in consolidation by just catching the minor structure moves up and down until you get an actual break of the overall consolidation. But I'm gonna show you another way that y'all could have capitalized on this as well. So,
Mike, I have to use the bathroom right quick. I'm finna just run off.
okay, yeah. All right, we could just take a 5 minute break if everybody want to go use the bathroom and then come back. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So from this overall standpoint, though, good job on that. Also, what I want to pay attention to is this. So you highlighted this zone as first, so I thought you was going to talk about this as well. This was the overall kill zone for the overall major structure. So we see we had this break right here, and then we had this retest. So once we started to get this overall wick exhaustion, that could have been your entry right there from the higher time frames. And then also, we could have had other confluence as well. So in the midst of this consolidation, we still had an overall downtrend right here. That was on like the smaller time frames. So and the reason why I'm able to say this is because I remember this trade. We had this overall downtrend on this 30-minute, right? So we had this break and retest of this trend line. So this was the entry right here for this buy. And then amongst that buy, we now had a point A right here to point B for our fib. And then we hit our negative 27. So once we hit our negative 27 on our minor structure, we knew we only pulled back to our 50%. That let us know that we could potentially be looking for sales in the first place because we already hit our TP for our buys. So not only did we hit our TP for our buys on our minor structure, but we also were at our kill zone for our overall major structural retest. So once we start to see this exhaustion right here, and then we got this engulfing candle right here, followed by this exhaustion of this breaking retest of this kill zone, that could have been the sign that you could have been looking for an entry right there. So you could have had an entry right there. And then also, you could have had an entry, like you said, right here. So you could have had multiple entries right here after price broke and you tested this trend line. I mean, this kill zone right here on this minor structure. That makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
So multiple ways that you could have caught that overall sell. And I remember this because I was talking to one of my buddies about this one, and price had pushed back up. I think this is news right here, and then this following engulfing candle just sent it, and then it fell through. But I want y'all. The reason why I brought up the buy is because I want y'all to still be able to capitalize on minor structure moves. So I don't want y'all to be just limited to overall major structure moves because these type of trades right here is just clear as day. Right? We had a break of our kill zone right here, and we had a break of the trend line and retest. So this just gave you ultimate confirmation that you just take a quick buy. Right? This was one of them trades you get in and you go instant profit, you make money for the day, and you done in like 2 hours. Like even if you get on a 5 minute, you can see it a little bit more clear. We had this W pattern. Remember, that's a bonus. And then we took off after we tested that channel. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then if y'all want to get closer to price, after we bounced off of this zone for the third time, we also had a break and retest of this minor structure right here. Make sense?
Yes.
Yep.
Perfect. So how do y'all feel so far about entries? Do y'all feel like y'all have a brief understanding of what y'all looking for when y'all enter? Y'all need to get some more examples.
I have a question.
Yes.
So like when it's going for the retest, you wait till it retest that line and like starts to pull away, or does it just have to like wick the area? Like what, you know what I mean? Like when you're in real time.
Yeah. So it depends on you. Like you'll start to develop confidence after a while. You'll know where the market is retesting, but oftentimes you can really just wait for the candle to close because, like, you don't want to get faked out, of course. So in this case right here, once price hit this, retested it, and then gave you this bullish variation, you could enter right here, or you could let enter right here after this candle gave you some exhaustion to the downside, and you know that no more sellers are in the market. Or you could enter after this, and you know, from the candle right here, you just sort of had a late entry. But me personally, like after I would have saw this wick lets me know that it's exhausting at this area, and price just broke and retested it this level. That lets me know I'm good to enter. Does that make sense? So you got to be able to read the candlesticks and understand the exhaustion. Exhaustion means that it's having a hard time going past the area. So once you start to see wicks at levels at kill zones, then that's when you be looking for the entry.
Okay.
And it also it's a confidence thing as well because you like after you go to your chart and you do it so much and see it so much happen in time, you're gonna have that confidence to take the trade. Most people they scared to take trades because they don't have the confidence, they don't know what they're looking for. But in this case, you know exactly what you're looking for. You're looking for a trend line break retest, so you're looking for a zone break retest. You got both of them. So they gave you both ways to enter the market. In one scenario. So you had all the confidence in where to take this trade. Now this one right here, this one, you could have just entered right after this doji candle left this wick. You had a break, a retest. Now you can enter and catch a sell. So your entry would have been like how we said, right after that candle, and then to the down. First TP on, if you would have did minor structure, you would have had a 69 pip trade. And then looking at the overall major structure, and we had overall 350 pip trade. Makes
Did
sense?
Did I set my stop loss at the right place?
Yeah, you did. The only thing is with that is that you gotta be, because this is a big stop loss, it's 100 pip stop loss, but you understanding what you dealing with. You're dealing with, first you're dealing with gold, and also you're dealing with a higher time frame structure. So it's more so like a swing trade because if you was just on minor structure, 100 pip stop loss sounds crazy, but if you got your TPs based off of this overall major structure, and you looking to gain 350 pips, 100 pip stop loss not bad on gold. On like now, if you was on a forex pair, then that's kind of crazy. But gold, you know, gold moves, it moves faster, so you got to be able to adjust that bit. But I mean, you could maybe had a little tighter, but maybe like 80 pips, but you had it in a safe spot. And you just adjust your lot size accordingly.
For sure.
All right, now, so y'all good with entries?
Yes.
I think y'all
Yeah.
straight. You, Adrian, Kristen, do y'all want to try one?
Yes, can I try one?
Yeah, for sure. What pair?
EU.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm in control of the screen.
Well, you gotta accept it.
How do I set it?
Did they make you accept it, Devin?
Nah, it just gave me control.
Just move the mouse and see if they let you.
Okay. So right here, it looks like prices in consolidation.
Yeah, you don't gotta pick nothing from consolidation. Pick something that's clear to you that will from what we talked about, the breaks and retest.
Okay. I will get in right here. Price made this impulse
Mhm,
and made this correction.
mhm,
Um, and Price also gave us a bullish variation or candlesticks.
okay. So go down to the smaller time frames and break it down a little bit further.
Okay.
So step by step, what you look at, give me the whole 5-step entry process of what you're looking for first, and like just tell me the thought process behind this whole trade.
Okay, can you repeat that?
Give me the whole breakdown of the 5 steps, like the 5-step entry process. Give me the whole rundown of like the thought process there when you really took this trade.
Okay, so Price made a minor downtrend.
Mm-hmm.
Before this impulse and its correction played out, I will be looking for a lower high,
Mm-hmm.
but Price broke this minor downtrend and made a correction, which was like a small consolidation period.
So you got the first step, the second step, the impulse and the correction. So what's next?
And I'll have to draw out my field,
Mm-hmm.
and this is be point A.
Yep.
Oh no, that's not field.
It's the third one. Yep, that one.
This would be my point A to my point B.
To the high, that the zero at the right side. No, to the point B, where you said it for reasons. Yeah.
The mouse is not letting me move it over.
You gotta click it and then move it.
Oh, okay. So Price gave me my impulse and my correction. Price retrace. Well, Price did a correction to this 78.6 level,
Mhm.
and Price continued to 27.8 take profit.
So where was your entry at?
My entry would be where Price retraced to the 78.6 level,
Okay. So why would you enter it?
because Price gave me my impulse, my correction, and it retraced to one of my retracement levels.
Mhm.
And it's also and it also gave me a bearish candlestick, a bullish candlestick variation.
Okay, what else you missing?
Oh, price must be at a kill zone level. So, price is at a kill zone level, so I'll
So where is your kill zone level at?
right here. Let me try.
So if your kill zone is level is right there, then why would your entry be at the 78.6?
Can you ask that question again?
I said, if your kill zone is where you just drew that zone at, then why would your entry be at the 78.6?
Because I have to get confirmation that price is continuing in the upward direction.
Right, so you get confirmation from your kill zone though. So if your kill zone is all the way at the top, then how could you enter at the bottom?
Mm.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So wouldn't price have to come and retest this trend line?
That's one potential entry, yeah, true. So you either could have had a turn on break and retest right there, or you could have had your kill zone somewhere
Look
else.
where your price broke your structure at.
Exactly, that's what I'm looking for.
Look where your price broke your structure at, where to break your structure at.
Draw out your structure on that downturn with the path to go down, come all the way down to the bottom where this little toolbar in the middle, all the way down,
Right here?
down, to the right, to the right, to the right. You see down here by where it says Euro USD in the bottom right hand corner?
Right here?
No, you see this little highlighter tool in the bottom? No, hold on, don't press nothing. Don't move mouse. All right, now draw. Just click. Draw out the structure. No, just click. It's already on. And double click it to stop. So if that's your most recent lower high point, then where's your kill zone
Where the lower high point is?
be? Correct.
Right here?
Mm-hmm. Let's tighten this up. Hold on, don't press that real quick. This right here to this one. This most recent one. See that?
Yes.
And now continue.
Okay, so price broke structure and it retested this kill zone.
Mhm.
And then when it retested this kill zone, it like retested, well, it retested 88.6. So my entry, well, I changed my entry because I didn't really see that, but it retraced it to 88.6, and I have a bullish variation. What is the tool?
Which one? Which one?
Like the little circle where you drew the point A and point B.
And it's down here. Everything that you need is all down here. So you should just look at it this way. Now you can go click it.
Okay. I have a bullish variation, like right there where this candlesticks is.
Mhm.
And that'll be my confirmation that price is going in the uptrend in the minor structure.
Okay. So your entry right, you saying your entry will be right there.
Yes.
So now, recite it all back to me and why you took your entry right there.
Okay, so price had a minor downtrend. Price broke this minor downtrend and retested the kill zone area where the previous lower high is. Price also made an impulse to give us a confirmation that give us a confirmation that this is the direction that the market is going. Also, price retested our kill zone level, which is a correction that confirms the direction. And price also came to our retracement level, which is 88.6. And price gave us a bullish variation candlestick formation.
Sounds good then. All right, so look, that's a good job. You see how you have to, you gotta be able to see what's happening because it's easy to say where you would enter when you can see it when they already played out. But in the live market, it's not gonna be here like that. So you gotta be able to understand. So me personally, what I would have did, I would have entered right here. I ain't gonna hold you. I would have entered right here at this kill zone, but my stop loss would have been where? Beneath these lows, right? So yeah, I would have been in some drawdown, but the trade still would have played out. But overall, we understand that this was just consolidation. And also, all of this is consolidation on this higher time frame. So when you understand that you're in a level of consolidation, it's not going to be as pretty as X, Y, and Z. It's not going to, it's not going to be like that. So you got to be prepared for it. But we was only in what 20 pips drawdown, like that's nothing. So you still would have been able to hold it. And if you did decide to get in right there, then you would have just been looking at a smaller time frame to catch this because on this smaller time frame, you can see that this is a level of support right here. So with our kill zones, we understand that a kill zone is a structure that's been broken and retested or a structure that's been holding. So we can see that we have price respect this level 3 times right here. And then what happened? We got our breaker structure. We got our breaker structure on this 5 minute right here. So you could have caught the buy right here. Or if you was early with it, like how I would have been, you would have there. Makes sense.
Yes.
But that's why it's important to make sure you're drawing out the structure too, to give yourself a visual representation of it. Because at this point in time, like right here, we broke structure. This is our last lower high when we broke structure. So technically, we could have placed a buy at this position right here. Once it gave us some exhaustion to let us know, and then it gave us that bullish variation. We could have took buys, but it would have been risky because we were still in that overall downtrend. And then once it broke that trend line, then I'm like, okay, we're good now. But since we was in this overall consolidation, it was more so that we had to be careful just because EU has been in this nasty consolidation for a long time. So
Hey,
good
Mike,
job on that. You said what?
can you adjust the trend line real quick to the top of the candle over there? See if you get a break or retest of the trend line. Almost. Oh, kind of right
Almost.
there.
Yeah, you have one right here. This was the
Yeah.
first breaker retest. So without this, it would have been this. Point A to point B. Hit that negative 27. But
Mhm.
once we hit it, then we would have just adjusted it to that.
Yeah, for sure.
I have a question. So you said that you would enter at the kill zone. Is that an area to always enter?
That's more so what we looking for, yeah, for the most part, because we had our break and our retest. So without all this being here, if I'm looking at this like this, there's no reason for you not to take this. Like in my eyes, I would have took this because one, we had our impulse, we had our correction, we had our break and retest of our kill zone structure right here, and then we starting to form a double bottom. So at this point, I would press buy. Stop loss would have been beneath the lows. TPs would have been based off my fib. And we sitting at a 61.8, so I would have been looking for that. So it's just one of the things where you can't control the market. In this case, this looks like a good buy signal. But yeah, it pulled down a little bit further than what you thought, but that's gonna happen sometimes. It's not gonna always be picture perfect, but the trade still played out.
Okay.
So that's one of the things where you begin to trust yourself because eventually you see like, okay, it pushed down, but the furthest that
It,
it could have pushed down,
it
like
didn't
how
go past that lower low.
exactly. And also this trend line, it could have the furthest it could have pulled back down to was to test this trend line. But as long as we stayed above that and we stayed above these lows, then we still was in the midst of the trade.
Okay.
So, and like I said, and it stemmed from overall you trading consolidation of this overall 1 hour. Like this whole thing is one big consolidation on a 1 hour time.
Can I try another one?
Yeah, for sure. Adrian, you wanna do one?
Yeah.
Okay, you gonna let Adrian do one, then we'll go back to you. What's
Can
that?
I do GU?
Remote control. Okay, go ahead. Open your device.
I'm gonna look for another spot.
Okay, no worries.
Hey Mike,
What's up?
you be trading counter trend too?
I trade everything. I trade anytime there's an opportunity the market gives me. The way I'm teaching y'all, y'all should be able to trade anything. Counter trends, regular trends, consolidation, all of that. It's all the same thing once you understand the flow and major and minor structure.
Okay, I think I would do this.
Give me, give me all the reasons behind it.
Okay, this is point A to point B, and then this is my kill zone, and it broke it and retested it. It retraced back to 61.8 and then hit negative 61.8. So this will be my entry.
Okay, so drop down on, hold on one second. Let's do this. Now drop down to the smaller time frames and um give me the other consonants as well on this trip.
Okay. Okay, so you know you have an engulfing candle right here.
Hmm.
And then after that, you also have a bearish there. It's like super small on my screen. I would think that this is like a break and retest of this.
Why you drawing that trend line if you're looking for a sell?
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. Ooh.
It's another trend line I'm looking for that you ain't doing yet.
Say that again.
No, I was saying there was another trend line I was looking for that you haven't drawn yet. To give you confluence on why you took in that trade in the first place.
Yeah. I maybe I don't see it. I don't know.
Go back to the 1 hour and zoom out.
Okay.
Remember, also always look left.
Okay.
So when you're looking at the market, you're not just entering off of you can reset to, and then reset thing. At the
Say
bottom.
it. Hit reset. Is that what you said?
Yeah, hold on. I got it. 1 second.
Oh, I have no idea what that is.
Just right here.
Oh, okay.
But also remember when I'm telling y'all to look at these trades, I want y'all to have a multiple confluences as well to build the case. Remember we just talked about building the case. So you have valid reason to think about, have valid reason for this trade as well, but what else could you have drawn if you zoom out and look at the structure for what it is?
You asking her or everybody?
No, I'm asking her.
Okay, can you repeat that? Sorry.
If you zoom out, what just from looking at it right now, what else could you have drawn to let you know that that was a sell opportunity right there?
A trend line?
From where?
Here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, lines right up. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, that's what I need you to see. It's all about training your eyes. And also, what do we have on a higher time frame before that as well? Look at the structure on a higher time frame. Draw it out.
Did you want me to go to a higher time frame?
No,
Is that what-
no. You doing it right. Just the
Oh.
way bars come.
Okay. Over here.
Oh, perfect. Now you see that your structure. So now just trace it with the path tool.
It's down here, right?
Just down all the way to the right. All the way down right
I see it.
and then double click it right there. All right, now from that last high point, what could you have done from there?
From that last high point, say that last part again.
Yeah, what could you have drawn from the last high point?
I continue and got a low.
Right, so don't move the mouse real quick. From right here, what is this? A point A to a what?
Oh, point B, a fib, yeah.
Okay, so now draw that.
Okay.
Okay. So now what other confluence do you have as well with that trade? Major structure price did what?
Do you mean like before mine? Like, so it retraced back to, it retraced back to negative 61 point, I mean, to 61.8.
Mhm.
And then the,
And then what? So after that negative 61.8, then it gave you confluence from your trend line that you do, the purple trend line. It gave you a break and retest on your purple trend line, right?
yeah.
And it also gave you a break and retest of your what?
Oh, the kill zone.
There you go, correct. You see how
Uh,
you putting the pieces together, and it's not just your kill zone. It was
yeah,
other confluences to give you a story to build.
yes.
So that's what I want y'all to understand. I want y'all to be able to look and build the case. Because we're not just looking for, oh, it just broke and retested kill zone. Like that's not enough. You gotta have a confluence and a story behind it. Just like I said, if you're arresting somebody for Force 28, you gotta have enough information on them to take them to jail. And in order to take the trade, you gotta have enough information based off of what's there. Gotta be able to look at the higher time frames. You gotta be able to know where you're at in the market to build that case.
Gotcha.
So you
It's
have
just a thick practice.
no worries, no worries. So basically, on this one right here, you identified your kill zone. You had a break and retest of your kill zone, which is perfectly fine. That was perfect. So we also see that this is the level of resistance to support, break and retest, boom. So that's your entry right there. And then also you had a break and retest of your trend line. So that was good as well. But on our overall higher time frames, we understand that we have our point A to point B, price pull to our 61.8. So on the higher time frames, we understand that our overall projections, what we be looking for is this negative 61.8. But on a minor structure projection, we will be looking for our negative 61.8 on our minor structure to carry it to right here. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Did you see how we put all the pieces together and made it form a story versus just looking at one specific thing in the market?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now who's to label this out? This is a good example. So we had our major structure. We had our major structure correction. And then we had an overall major structure in pattern. And then we had our break and retest of our counter trend line. And then we had our break and retest, our 1 hour goes up. And then ultimately price goes out. Does that make sense?
Yes, so if we, would this be like right here kind of above the point before our point A? Like you see how it kind of like has a little bit of consolidation on either side of like the impulse down?
Which one? So move your mouth. Put them up.
Oh, I'll take it. Okay. So would this be a kill zone of clicking random stuff? Okay. Like right here, this all the way over to here, and then that would still be the retest of that. Does it carry over?
Yeah, so a kill zone is still it's still a zone. So even whether you draw like a support and resistance zone and you already have it marked on your chart and you drag it over, that could still be your kill zone.
No, I mean for this particular trade, like for like the major structure kill zone. Do you know what I'm saying? Is that what this is? Or
No, the major structure kill zone comes from this
okay.
with this being the last low. And it broke and retested this.
Okay. So I was right. This I just what I'm saying. I was like, I didn't know if I
You
need to.
could, I mean, you could draw, if you want to illustrate this as a zone, go for it, you know?
Okay.
This is the level of support. And,
Okay.
but this is just the most recent low that got broken, so that's why we call it a kill zone.
Okay. Hmm.
But either way, it could have been like when y'all draw y'all zones and stuff, y'all still gonna have like areas like say for instance right here, this is a level of support being broken. But if you was looking at it from a objective standpoint, you could see that this was just a break and a retest. So this would be a kill zone at the time to enter right there. And
Right.
then that's it. So don't overcomplicate like kill zones. Kill zones is literally just like a zone that's just been broken and retested. So let's see if I can find another example. I'm gonna leave this up so y'all can see. If y'all look at the recording, y'all can pause this. And see the overall goals. But let's see. And then I'm gonna let you do another one, Kristen. So even when you was looking at this, I thought you was gonna when you was illustrating these, I thought you was just gonna say it was just a break and a retest of this. Like I thought you was gonna do this.
Yeah, I got scared to that one.
That you gonna do that right here. And just a break. But it's right here. Retest to go higher. That's what I thought you when you start doing that, I thought like okay, she's gonna do this point in.
That's what I saw, but then I got confused. Like the fib messed up, and I was like, I'm just gonna reset.
No, no worries. But even this one right here, so if we was to break this down, this we go to smaller time frames, we can see this was nothing but this we got a trend line break and retest. So your first entry was right here. After that trend line broke and retest, and then the second entry was right here after we broke this high and carry that up to retest. But that was your first. This is the first entry. This is the second. Do you see where it stemmed from? And then also we have this level of support and confidence. Do y'all see how I just built that?
Yep.
Yes.
So it's all about building the case. Remember about the foundation. We boxing in price and reacting to it. So at the time, we used to look at this. Every time price hits that purple line, it did what?
Drop.
So the moment that price comes, this purple trend line, we'd be looking for a drop. But if it breaks through it, then we'd be looking for what?
A buy.
A break and retest.
Correct. Breaking the retail. So in this case, that's what happened. We got our break, price pushed away, came back, retested. So we see price broke, our trend line, came back down and retest our trend line. Also was a break and retest of this level of resistance. And then price gave us a variation, let us know what buyers in control. So at the time, this would have been your fib right here, and then your TP would have been right here. Stop loss went on the lows. So see how quick that trade was? That was a few hours out today. Just a simple breaking retest. But you
Can you
got
go back? Can you go back to the last one when if you get a chance? I want to ask you a question.
You said the last one,
Yeah.
like this entry right here.
Nah, the one she marked up.
Oh, yeah. Go back. But overall, good job, Adrian, on that, for recognizing that overall Kim's on good job. Like I said, y'all, it's gonna take practice. It's nothing, y'all not gonna just get it overnight. You're not gonna just see what I see. I make it look easy because I stare at these charts for the last 2 years. So it's like, it's easy for me to see it now. But For y'all just gotta keep practicing.
Could that be I mean, never mind. It ain't really retested, but could that be a pretest of the major structure
Yeah.
from
it
it
could.
being from back here?
And see, this is where this stems from having your zones too. So like how she said, because you have to put a zone in, you gotta have a zone. This resistance, this find support, it broke it, and that retested. So
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too, from
Yeah.
over there.
yep, that's why I said the kill zone. You could drag it over, and it's nothing special. It's just a level of support and resistance that got broken and retested. So when y'all draw your zone and you'll start to develop that trader sense when you see like, okay, this is a zone, price pulling up to the zone, it's a level of resistance. Hey, you usually sell at resistance, but we wait on confirmation. So you will have in back your head that, okay, price rejected off this level of resistance, and then you'll be waiting for that trend line breaking retest for the structure breaking retest, and then you would have been able to capitalize on it. So you would have basically put the pieces together once price gave that impulse correction. So yeah, good job recognizing that. Let's see. Basically the gist I'm getting from this is that like y'all seeing the trades, but y'all not looking at them in a whole like top-down analysis way. Y'all just looking at it for what it is right then and there, what y'all see your eyes. So I'm trying to think of a way that would be better for y'all to do it. But Krista, I'm gonna let you go ahead and do another one real quick, and then we're gonna move forward. What's you want to do EU again or? Krista?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I can do EU again. I was talking while the playing was on mute.
And don't choose that consolidation. Pick something out of that outside of that. We can zoom out if you need to. I see a perfect one. I want to see if you realize it. Stop right there. Tell me if you can see it.
And right here.
No, it's up. Matter of fact, hold on. Don't move off. I want you to, maybe this is what we do. I want you to find the entry inside of this right here.
Okay.
So this whole area right here, break it down to me on why you be looking for entry. One thing, stop. Okay. Now, based off of this, based off of this. Okay, now you don't even gotta move the screen. Just
Okay.
draw it out and tell me where the entries is at.
Okay, so price is in a minor downtrend.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna draw my trend. Okay, price touched this trend line and gave me a impulse to let me know that, this is to let me know the direction.
But before that, so that's the continuation. That's where you would have made your money. So prior to that, what happened before?
Oh, price made a correction.
And what else?
Okay, so price gave me my impulse right here. And then price gave me my correction, which is the retest to confirm the direction. My kill zone will be right here.
Draw it out.
You said no?
I said draw it out.
Okay.
Then why would your kill zone be right there?
Because price came back and price has visited this area like twice. Mm.
So prior to that, what's the structure? You zoom out a little bit. What's the structure? Draw the structure out on the 1 hour time.
So the structure is a downtrend.
Prior to that downtrend.
You said draw out the downtrend?
No, I said prior to that downtrend. Remember, it's important to know where you at in the market at all times, right? So hold on, let me just make this, let me do something real quick. So this is what I highlighted. This is the move that happened, right?
Right.
So this was the initial impulse, right?
Right.
So before that, what happened before this to let you know that we were now in sales after we got this pushed up? What happened? Draw out this, if we draw out the structure,
So what happened before this impulse?
yes. Draw out
Oh.
the structure that happened before the impulse. It's already selected. Oh, you can use that too.
We were in a uptrend.
Okay, so let's check that. There we go. Now, what has happened with that trend line?
Price broke it and retested. Price broke and retested to confirm the direction.
So you had to map that out to make that make sense though?
Right. Okay. All right, it's starting to make sense now. Okay. So we'll always look to the left to see what price did before.
Always, 100%, always. Gotta look left to get right.
Okay. So price gave us our impulse. It broke this uptrend, and retested to confirm our direction. Price is right here now. touching this downtrend. So I'll be looking for price to make a lower high. So I'll get my Fibonacci tool.
Okay, don't worry about that part. Worry about the price that we already got. So the impulse that I circled. Where did you draw your fish from?
Oh, from point A,
Mhm.
point B.
What retracement was that?
Say that again.
What percent retracement was that?
50
So where are we looking to take it to?
to 61.8,
No.
27, 27
Oh, yeah, what's the reason behind the if we looking to take it to negative 61.8, where it got pulled back, where does it have to pull back to?
It had to pull back to 61.8
Yes. So if it doesn't pull back to to the 61.8, then where are we taking it to?
to 27.8.
Correct. So our TP in this case scenario is the what?
27.
Right. So now let me just do one thing. So I'm gonna drag this over. But we see our TP is got smacked. And what did I say earlier about X's?
Once it hit our TP route, be
Right.
disciplined.
You do not care what the market does, you are just in the trade, you follow it. So this hit TP, right? So this overall will stem from this break and retest of this trend line. Now, give me another possible entry where you could have took a sell on this case. If you missed this entry right here,
Right.
where was the next possible entry that you could have did on minor structure? And I'm gonna drop down to 30 minutes so you can see it a little clearer. What was the next possible entry?
When price went to the trend line,
No, because not necessarily, because you want to do that trend line until that price was formed.
okay.
So now look at it in objective state. All right, so let me just do this. So we had this structure, right? We had this structure. Inside of this structure, though, what do we have? We have many minor structures, right?
Right.
So we had this structure right here. See that? So where's the next opportunity? Based off that structure I just gave you, where's the next opportunity to enter?
When price broke this mini minor uptrend,
And bro, it'll give you what? Give you what?
it broke and it retested.
Yep. Perfect. So that's entry number one. I'm glad you saw that because I didn't even see that. But that's entry number one. And then it's another entry number two that I was looking for.
Mm, when price made this correction, this little correction right here. So when price made this impulse and it broke this mini minor, and it
Mm-mm. Hey, let's zoom in and let's draw out some zones right here on this 30 minute.
say that again.
Draw out a zone, your zones.
Okay. Mhm.
Let me see where you have some zones, some minor zones at. And can you hear my dogs snoring in the background? I I don't want y'all to have the dogs. She's so loud.
This would be a zone right here.
Mhm. And what happened?
Price broke the zone and retested.
Where? So where would your entry be at?
Right here.
Yes, ma'am. You see that? You see how you got to be able to see those type of things?
Yes.
So
So these, okay, so the ones that you just marked, those are like structure inside of the minor,
the major
major.
is minor structure inside of the major structure that makes up the whole overall picture.
Okay.
Remember how we did top-down analysis yesterday? And I was saying that you got trends inside of trends and you got major structure inside of minor structure that makes up the whole book.
Right.
So this is what it is right here. So in this case right here, this overall move stems from this break and retest of this trend line, but also it stems from this overall structure right here that had happened before that. So this, when I was looking, when I asked you what else could you drew this trend line, which is good, but you also had a breaking structure right here. So in this case, we could have drawn our structure line and put breaking structure. So now we understand that we broke this trend line and we broke the structure point. So we're now looking for sales. So now we have to understand that we have to wait on a retest before we enter anything on this major structure. But inside of this major structure, we had minor structure buys that made up that overall collection, right? So we had that. So boom, we had that. But this is our entry right here because this was a break and retest of the trend line. So that was an entry right there. And then our target's negative 27. But remember I said, if y'all not swing traders, y'all not holding this for this whole time. It just took 6 days, right? So in the midst of that, we had this structure break right here. Right, we had this structure break and retest. So for our minor structure fib, we could have put point A to point B, price at our negative 27. TP weaves out the trade right here. So that was the day move. That was the move for the day, right? And then inside of that, we could have had our trend line right here. Price broke and we test our trend line for a buy. We throw our fibs on there, point A to point B. What did price do? Price hit impulse, correction. Came up to our negative 27, he's out to trade, but price hit our negative 61.8. And what does negative 61.8 mean?
Reversal.
Right, and it was a second test of our overall resistance level from our previous entry, right? So that gave us another entry right there because, well, it didn't give us another entry, but it gave us an indication that we was looking for another entry once price reversed off this negative 61.8. And then once price broke this structure right here and gave us this breakthrough retest, we now have another entry to go to carry it down further to our negative 61.8 on our major structure TP. But you see how it was 3 trades inside of there that we could have just capitalized on. You had this minor structure buy right here, you could have caught. Then you had this entry right here, and then you had this entry right here. 2 sales, 1 buy.
I got a
Okay.
question.
Oh.
My bad. Go ahead.
I have a question. Okay, so the monthly, weekly, and the daily levels, are those major levels as well?
Yes, but you also got major structure that's like 1 hour and 4 hour time frame because you got to think about it in a real life standpoint. Your 4 hours, you know, it like that's what it is. 4 hour candles take 4 hours to print, so you're not gonna just be waiting on a whole 4 hour structure to play out because each candle is gonna be a 4 hour, so it's gonna take way longer. But you got major structure in 1 hour that may take a few hours or a couple of days to play out. And then you got your 30-minute and your 15-minute structure that's right now that you just capitalize off of.
Okay, so you're saying like in certain scenarios, 1 hour can be a major?
Yeah. Major depends on what you overall looking at.
Okay.
So did this example help? Because this is actually a good example.
Yeah, you want us always to enter on the 30-minute and 15-minute minor structure.
Yeah. And you can enter on, no, I ain't gonna say. Don't enter on like, once you get more advanced, you can enter on a 5 on certain pairs like US 30 and gold, but y'all don't need to be trading that right now. For like slower forex pairs, I would never enter on an hour, but some of them you still can get away with it because they're super slow. But I would never do that.
For sure.
But you see how like we putting everything together like this. You gotta understand the overall structure of what's happening right now where you at. Because even in this case right here, we was looking for overall sales, but it hit our minor structure TP, and then it started to push up. So we not gonna just wait and wait and wait. We gonna get money where it presents itself.
Yeah.
So we go our minor structure TP hit. So cool. All right, we out the trade on minor structure, and now we got a downtrend. We illustrate that, and once we see this get broken, yeah, and then this trend line get broken, we know it's go time for the buys. So when we let that play out, we broke that, and then we retested, and then we took up. So we had validation for that to catch these buys. Once we broke and retested right here, catch that buy. And then we just draw, remember the steps. The first thing we must have is an impulse. First thing we had, impulse. Second thing, we must have correction. Got our mini correction. Third thing, we must be at a fib level. So if we put our point A to point B, you see we had a 38.2 retracement. And the fourth thing is must be at a kill zone. Kill zone, we got our structure level that's previously broken and retested. And then fifth thing is bonus is a bullish variation. Let's see, we got that. But one thing I want y'all to take note of too. Sometimes you're not gonna always get the full kill zone if you add a trend line breaking retest. So if you add a trend line breaking retest and you only get the trend line breaking retest, then that's valid enough for you to take it versus just waiting on the kill zone. Because in this case, the kill zone, you could add a kill zone right here, but in this case, it ain't make it all there. But you got the trend line breaking retest. Does that make sense?
Is it vice versa too? If you got a kill zone break and a kill zone retest without the trend line, is it vice versa?
Yeah, but you want to be careful with that because you still technically in the overall downtrend. The trend, the actual trend didn't get broken yet if you didn't break that trend line. So you just got to be careful. And you got to pay attention to where you at in the overall market. But see, this is a perfect example of confluence though, because this one, we understood we had this big impulse correction for this overall structure, but we understood that we took out these lows when we broke and retested, and we hit our TP on our major structure. So once we hit our TP, on our minor structure. Once we hit our TP on our minor structure, that lets us know like, okay, it's a potential that price could reverse from that area just because we already hit our TP on our minor structure. So once price gave us an impulse right here, that told us, okay, the market wants to go up for a little bit. That let us know. And then we got our trend line break and retest. So that solidified and gave us validation like, okay, we in the minor structure buy right now. And that's why when we take our TP and we hit -27, we get out the trade. We don't care what else is doing because We are a disciplined trader. Now, what was that? It was a high probability chance that if you took this buy and you didn't get out and you just thought it was gonna run forever, you thought it was gonna keep going and keep going, you got smacked once they hit this nigga 6-1 point in reverse. So that's why we always take our profits when the market makes it available to us. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yes.
And that's why also I can't keep saying it enough that you always, the number one, you gotta know where you at in the market. And number two, you gotta pay attention to the small details. Because like if you just look at this right now, it wouldn't even look like we just broke down that chart how we did. We look at it from just this to clearing everything off, you wouldn't even saw that, but you gotta pay attention to build the story. And that's why people ask me why I don't delete my stuff. Like on my stuff, I got all this stuff on there because it's like it's a story. You see what I'm saying? It's all a story that I just put together. That's just like that I just did, you know? That every time like these trend lines, like we just did this one, this is exactly what we just did. And I took this trade, and it was just a break and retest of trend line. But it's all the same thing. You just gotta know where you at in the market. And even like gold, like I was telling y'all gold yesterday, gold is the most marked up there because I traded the most. And my signals trade, I traded gold absolutely most. But you just gotta know where you at and be able to draw them trend lines, look for them breaks and retest and call it a day. Makes sense? So how is everybody feeling so far? Y'all feel like y'all got a grasp, understanding of the information?
I feel like if I keep practicing, I feel like I get it. Cause
Yeah,
like this is new, so it's like I kind of get like a little brain fart, but I feel like if I keep practicing and looking over charts, I understand it.
you definitely don't have to keep practicing. And that's why I said we're gonna have our weekly calls for at least like the next 2 weeks. And y'all gonna continue to work on it because it's not gonna, like I said, it's not gonna come overnight. Y'all not gonna just see what y'all need to see until y'all train your eyes and see it. And once y'all see it though, then it's gonna be like, you're gonna be like, oh shoot, it's confident. Like when y'all able to see, like when y'all able to do this and give a whole breakdown of what happened and why the market happened the way it happened, then that's how I know y'all got it. That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, Mina, you all right?
I am, thank you. A lot to review and like Krista said, a lot of work to put in.
For sure, for sure. All right, so now I want to go over patterns. So this gonna probably be the last thing that we talk about is patterns. So let me just get a clear chart. So
Hey, Mike,
what's up?
just to make sure for the entries, for the rules, you said rule number 3, you must have a systematic approach that helps eliminate randomness and give edge, right?
No, that wasn't the number 3, but that was just some of the like rules, like foundation, like as a trader, you must have a systematic approach to enter the markets. That's how you eliminate randomness. Yes, but that's not the actual rules of entering the
Oh,
market.
no. I have the 5 steps to enter the market.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, I said that. And I
Okay.
said also it helps you know when your edge is present.
Okay.
So you see how we just did all that. Basically, we did our breaks and retests, and we understand that we're not entering unless we get a break and retest, period. All right, so now I'm gonna draw some patterns, and then y'all gonna be able to screenshot these, and then y'all gonna find these on your own. So the first pattern is this one. So this is what we call a falling wedge pattern in a market. In this case scenario, this is how you would have. This is what the market will look like. So we would have our impulse right here. See that impulse? And then this is be considered our overall correction. So what we'll be looking for before we take this overall trade, what needs to happen?
Break and retest of the trend line.
Break and retest a trend line or break and retest a what?
I don't know.
What have we been learning?
The breaker structure.
Correct. So our breaking structure will be right here. So in this case, our entry will be here to go high. This is your entry. Make sense? So this pattern,
Pattern call?
a follow wedge pattern. So we could like put a bottom side trend line right here to make it look a little bit prettier. But once you get the break and the retest, then that's when you get your money. And then stop loss goes to this.
Call this pattern again?
Huh?
So what you
Follow
call it?
wedge.
Wedge, okay. Making
Falling wedge.
And then the TP will be wherever the field is at from here. So, 27. Make sense?
Yeah.
So that's one. Okay, so this is what we call a bullish flag. So where would the entry be in this case scenario?
Break and retest at the top of the consolidation. Could that pattern go either way though?
Very much can. And that's the thing, that's why you always wait for confirmation.
Your confirmation is the breaker structure or the breaker trend line, or is it gotta be a breaker structure to know that it's gonna go that direction?
It could be either or. You're gonna have times in the market where you're gonna get one or the other. You're not gonna get both every single time. So in this case, if you was to break right here, break, retest for the sell, thing is with this pattern right here, if you was to take the entry right here, this 99% of the time, this is going to be short-lived because we still had this overall impulse on this higher time frame structure. So it might be a minor structure sell. So in this case, you will have a baby fib from here to here, and you will just take your TP and you'll get out. And then majority of the time, if you was to put a fib right here, this would be like a 78.6 deep retracement. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just, that's just, you're gonna start to recognize those with experience. Like, you can catch that quick sell. Okay, boom, caught that quick sell, hurry and get out. And then if you get to rejecting at the 78 and stuff, then you're like, okay, now we still in this overall bullish structure for the higher time frame, but on this minor structure right here and there, we could catch this stuff.
if you don't mind me asking, what's your win to loss ratio or your percentage or whatever they say?
I don't really keep too much track of it, but like my signals chat, my signals,
They be eating.
they probably like 85, 85. I ain't took like an actual like calculation of them in a long time, but they for sure. I don't really lose a lot of trades unless I try to force some stuff and get in before I got confirmation. But when you got confirmation, that's how you don't lose trades.
Mhm, for sure.
All right, so this right here, boom, and then stop loss below this one.
You fund it, bruh?
No, I don't really like those.
You don't mess with it.
No, I feel like if you could build a funded account and wait the 30 days to get that funded account, you could have built your own account by then and been at the same.
Thinking that same thing, but I was like, let me be quiet because I'm new.
I'm like about to get funded though.
No, I feel like it's a good thing.
That's my
I feel
goal.
like it's a good opportunity for people that don't have a lot of capital that need that's trying to see a return. Because if you say you only got $200 and you're not real good at building accounts, then you could put that $200 to a 10K account and get funded, and then follow all your rules and stuff. And then at the end of the month, you might get that $3,000, $4,000 payout
Yeah,
from building it, and then use that money to fund your actual trading account, and then you get that money and you don't gotta spend it no money. But if it's somebody that know how to really build accounts, then you could take a $200 account to 3 or 4 bands in a couple weeks and be all right.
that's I don't know. That's pretty hard for me though.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you're still learning though, so that you just gotta. It's
Cause I usually make profits and then I lose that shit like the next fucking week.
That's where the psychology come in, and that's where that risk management I told you about the first day. That's where that comes in. Because if you're not risking a whole bunch, then you ain't got a lot to lose. But when you notice that you got them real high winning weeks, and then you got them real high losing weeks, then that's you over leveraging or you over trading. All right, but now the next one. The next one is a bullish pennant. It's just like this. This one be faking a lot of people out. So at the time, it's like you making higher low points, but you making it equal highs. So it looked like it's about to drop.
What is it called? A bullish?
Bullish pennant. And then the entry for this. And then everything for bearish is just flipped. So it's the same thing patterns, but just flipped. And this is called a rise on wedge. And then the entry will be.
What's that called? A rising wedge?
Yeah. And then the next one, the bearish rectangle, goes the exact same as this. And then the entry. This. Stop this. That's the bearish rectangle. And then last but not least, bearish pivot. And then the entry will be. Stop loss. Everybody got those?
Yeah, I got it.
And there's two more that I want to. Well, actually, it's like four more. This one, this is now those are like these are like continuation patterns. So if you put these in your notes, these are all like continuation patterns. And then we also have what we call reversal patterns. So they
So
pretty,
all those patterns that you just drew are continuation?
yep. So if you look at them, they all had an impulse, correction, continuation, impulse, correction, continuation, impulse, correction, continuation, impulse, correction. They just all in different forms.
Okay.
And now these are reversal patterns right here. So we have what we call a falling wedge. I like to call this just like a descending channel. Then you get this.
You use RSIs
Yep,
for divergent.
yep. So this is what we call a falling wedge pattern, and then the entry will be. So this is a reversal entry. So we see we had an impulse move down, and then we started to get this. And then if you look at it we about to go over divergence next. But if you look at it, divergence will be like this, and then the bottom will be going like this. So divergence is thing where it's doing one thing and then market is doing another. So in this case, this is going down, and this will be going up. So it'll be doing two different things, but we're gonna talk about that. So this will be the entry. And then we have the opposite of that, which would be a rising wedge. The exact same thing, just opposite. And I like to call this ascending channel. Once you recognize these reversal patterns, it's gonna make it a lot easier when y'all taking sales or taking buys at a major level of support and resistance, because oftentimes you'll get these patterns leading up to it and then break out. In this case, break and retest. We're looking for this entry area. Everybody got it? All right, now what we have, it's called head and shoulder patterns and or like double bottoms. They all pretty much the same thing. But well, they not the same thing, but you play in the same way. So this is what we call an inverse head and shoulder. Right here. And then your entry will be at the neckline. So this is what we call the neckline. And then your entry will be right here to go higher. But you see how this relates to what we talked about previously when we talked about structure, and we had structure, and then this is the most recent more higher point right here. And then we must have a break and then a retest of that kill zone to go higher.
Yeah,
See how that relates?
yeah.
All right, so that's an inverse head and shoulders. And then
Your
we
stop
have-
loss would be below that right shoulder, right?
Yeah, my bad, my bad. Right here. And then the stop loss would be under that shoulder. Good. All right, so that's inverse head and shoulders. And then
Hold on, I got one question on that.
what's up?
Okay, let's say, how would you draw your fibs on that? From the bottom to top or the bottom of the right shoulder to the top?
Wait, you can draw, like I said, you can draw from here to here. Either or, they're gonna give you the same.
Alright. For sure.
But I always draw mine from like the bottom. I always from this point to the top. I don't really like drawing from here because it don't be seeming right to me. But I always do mine from lowest to the highest.
Alright, for sure. Yeah, that don't mess up with your take profits. You said your take profits will probably be in the same place.
Yeah, they line up in the same area.
Oh, for sure,
They might be like 2 pips off, but in the same area.
for sure.
All right, so now we got head and shoulders, a regular head and shoulders. This would be the next one. And where would the entry be at?
Retest of the neckline.
with stop loss. Somebody that stop. So,
Hey, Mike, if we had questions, we could ask it in the chat and you get back to us.
yeah, so that's one thing about the chat. So like I told y'all my first like real group of students through my boot camp. So we all gonna stay in contact. Like y'all like I said, like y'all my squad, like y'all my first students. So it's like y'all, we gonna keep in touch. That group chat, we're not gonna just delete it. Like we're gonna keep it, and y'all gonna still have your homeworks and stuff. Like, and we're gonna have our weekly calls for at least the next 2 weeks. I don't know how long we're gonna keep our weekly calls, but like I just want to make sure y'all getting it. Like I don't want y'all to just leave the boot camp and then y'all never hear from me again. Like we still gonna do it. And are y'all and all y'all in my Lido FX channel for my YouTube?
I'm in your YouTube. I subscribe to your YouTube.
Okay, make sure
Yeah.
y'all the Lido FX channel. So that way, like, cause I'll be dropping like my markers and stuff in there. And then I got a lot of tests, so it'd be hard for me to drop like everything in every single chat. But y'all stay in that one, then y'all definitely stay connected with that. And then I don't know if I'm gonna start a weekly call for the public, just like doing markups is one thing I've been thinking about for just one of my goals, but I haven't gotten to that yet. But yeah, we definitely gonna keep that. We're gonna keep our boot camp chat. And then like so if y'all start doing y'all now when y'all start doing your analysis and stuff, y'all could drop them in there. But the only thing that I would say with that is when you drop them in there, like y'all all at probably at different levels within y'all trading. So y'all can't let somebody else's markup influence y'all. So when y'all do y'all markups and stuff, like do your markups for you and what you stick to what you have. And then even if it's wrong, like you will learn from that. But if you just like take it from somebody else's and say, oh, he had a buy, I had a sell, so let me change mine, and then that's not gonna make you learn. So always stick to your analysis and always trust your analysis. And then if you do mess up on it, then you just learn from it. There's nothing to be wrong. Like that's just come with it sometimes. That just means that you missed something. There's something that you gotta learn. So we definitely gonna have that, and then like I said, the weekly calls for the next 2 weeks, going over trades and stuff. But everybody got these patterns.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna tap real quick into divergence. Divergence, like I said, it's just when two things are doing the opposite. For example, of divergence will be like this. We see we have this going up, and then down here we have it going down. See that?
Yeah.
So in order to get divergence, we just go to indicators and just type in RSI, relative strength index. And the settings is regular. I don't change nothing about it. And divergence is just basically what we just talked about. So what pattern is this right here? Let me just went over.
Ascending channel.
So trying to correct. So we can see right here. We got this trend line. And then we got this trend line right here. And then we can draw out the structure. Point. And we got break of that structure. And a retest. And then all the entry to go lower. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
But that's why I said those were the reversal patterns, because we were in the uptrend, but we got this reversal pattern, formed divergence. Let us know that we be looking for sales. So that's one example, and then we'll find another one. Let's look right here. So we had divergence here. Market was going up right here, and then pushing down right here. So once you start to see, once y'all get these, just how I just drew the pattern, there's impulse, and then you start to get this, that's a sign of divergence. So if we go back to the chart, see that same pattern. Impulse, goes push down, then we get a break and retest entry. Same thing. Same thing. See how we got that? And then if we used to draw out the structure, we'll get break, retest, kill zone. Boom, bid, 61.8, 61.82.
So
You see how it all ties together?
so you know that is the diversion is done after a break and retest.
Correct. That's the only time you will look for that. Now, you could draw a trend line too. So if you, and this is what I like to do as well. So on the trend line, draw right here. You had an early entry right here. So just breaking the test. So that was the first entry. The second entry was solidified once you got the breaking the test and kill zone. See that?
Mm-hmm.
And then we took that target of 6.8. And then if we would have missed that entry right there, we could have waited once we got this level of consolidation that was broken. We got a break, a retest right here. This was our third entry. And we broke these highs, so we could have drew another clear from point A to point B. Inside of that, 61.8. See how this negative 61.8 and this negative 61.8 line up real close?
Yeah.
Or 2 pieces. But that stemmed from, so basically the thought process behind this was, okay, we got this push down, but we started to get divergence. We started to see divergence on the RSI. That's letting us know that we have a potential reversal coming. And then we draw our trend line. We understand that once this trend line breaks and retest, we get into for a buy. So we got that. We got this break, this retest. That was the first entry. And then we also know that this is our last structure high. So now we understand that we can now wait for a break and a retest right here at this zone, and we can be looking for buys. We can see that at this level, we got this engulfing candle right here. That let us know that we could now enter for our buys. And we'll be looking for our price to go to our negative 61.8 projection level. See how we all can make it so simple if we just put the pieces together.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's all about just putting the pieces together and understanding what's actually going on in the market. We'll give you another example of that business. So where we at right here, keep going up and then coming down right here. So in this case scenario, we could have had this right here, this structure right here. And then we got our break. And then we got a retest of the structure level. Right here. So we got a break, retest, into right here. Until we got So this entry, we knew this drop was coming because one, we started getting divergence. Two, we got a trend line breaking retest. And then three, we had RTP at our food level. Then 27 that got hit. Make sense? And
Yeah.
if anyone draw like that, you can do it like this and hit our maybe 61.8 and we would get to a way for that divergence. Anybody have any questions for me so far?
Isn't GU diverging right now?
How much time are we looking at it on?
1 hour.
We did some divergence. So we have this coming down right here. And then this one that right here. But it's a long amount, it's a longer form of divergence. If you can see, we got that, we getting this ascending channel formation. We draw this out. We getting this. And now we're waiting for that sell, right? Same way we drilled out.
So,
All right, so that's the gist of it. That's everything. Who mic is that?
no.
But that's the gist of it. So how everybody feel?
Feel good.
Y'all feel like y'all can go out there and kill the markets? Or y'all still feeling a little antsy?
I need to.
I can kill him.
I
Yeah,
feel.
I have to
Nah, I
practice
need
before I kill
practice.
them.
Yeah, I need practice. Yeah, I need practice.
Facts. Everybody needs practice. I still practice to this day. Everything I just taught y'all, I still do it on a day-to-day basis. It's all about training your eyes. It's all about seeing it. The more you can see, the more you can capitalize on. The less you see, the less you can capitalize on.
How would you say we back testing? Pressing doing a replay button, or is it not doing a replay button and just,
When I was learning, I used the replay tool, but sometimes the replay tool kind of gave me like anxiety. But at the same time, it's up to you. This is what I do. So I will start a whole new chart. We're gonna start from GJ. We're gonna mark it up from scratch, right?
Mhm.
This is my back test method that I just do, right? So everything that I taught y'all, the foundation. So we got to make a story. So we go start from the monthly. Okay, I understand this monthly's in the downtrend. I understand that. Cool. So now I go to weekly. Weekly, pretty much the same thing. I don't really got to jump much. Daily, I'm looking at it like, okay, what happened on the daily? I could see that at one point we was in this overall downtrend that eventually got broken on the daily. So now I'm like, okay, that got broken on the daily. So like, this is just me. I'm not telling y'all to do this, but this is how I do it because I like to see what happened previously so I can know what's next. So I see we broke that downtrend and now we in this overall uptrend. So I'm gonna illustrate that too. Boom. Now I'm drawing this daily trend. Boom. So I see we broke this trend line now, we're sitting right here on it. So now I'm going down to the 4 hour. On the 4 hour, I can see that we pretty much in this overall consolidation. And I can see that we got a major zone right here. Like that, 4 hour. And then I can see that we got a major zone at the top right here. So now I know I'm in between these two prices right here. And then I can see also that we were in this overall downtrend that eventually got broken. So boom, got that. Now going down to 1 hour. See on the 1 hour, we in this overall uptrend.
I think going doing the head and shoulders.
For now, 1 hour, boom. So now this 1 hour, from this point, I'm looking, I'm like, okay, I'm already looking for sales just based off what happened. But then in the midst of that, I'm looking to see what happened, what got us there, what got us there in the first place. So then this is when I start looking for the overall entries, how this even got there. So I'm like, okay, well, I can see that we had this structure here that got us here. So I know that if I was to draw this out, that was a negative 61.8 TP that got smacked. So I understand, like, okay, that came from there. So that's why we bought up, because we were at negative 16.8. So from there, I'm like, okay, well, if I look at the smaller time frame structure, I can see that we got these highs broken right here. That let us know, like, okay, we in this buy after we got this negative 61.8 here. So then I will draw this fib. Okay, boom, we hit this next 78.6. So we hit this overall 6.4. From there, like, okay, we've been overall bullish. Like, we've been real bullish. We never had a pullback of these highs that got broken. So in my mind, I'm looking like we never retested this. So this is a 1 hour zone. I'm looking, okay, never got to retest this. So in all actuality, it's like the story on this zone right here is every time prices green zone is shot down. So we so close to the zone that if prices push it up to the zone, and I know for a fact we more likely gonna push down. But even if we don't make it there and we break this trend line, I know for a fact at least that we got to come back and test this right here, and then the next area is this zone right here. So I'm gonna have them zones marked off just so when the price gets there, I can look for it. And now in this case, if I look at the minor structure and go down to the 30-minute, I'm looking at it like, okay, I see we broke this structure. We had this structure right here. This is our last lower high point, under high low point, and now we broke this. So now that gave me a point A, point B for my fib. And now, so I'm looking for this. This next is 61.8. So now I'll be looking to carry that to 61.8. And then I will draw this structure line right here. And then I will just make this green. And then once price breaks and retest this, I'm getting in a sell to carry that down to there. But until then, I'm looking to see what happened before. Like what happened before. And this how you back test as well. So I can see right here, it's like, okay, if I was looking for an entry right here, where would I have gotten my entry from? So I'm looking, okay, this is the most recent higher low point right here. I mean, lower high point. And if I was to draw a trend line, like, okay, boom. So I didn't get the breakaway test of the kill zone, but I got the breakaway test of the trend line. So this let me know, like, oh, this was my entry right here. All I had to do was draw a counter trend line to catch that.
Yeah.
So that's where you start to train your eyes, because it's like, oh shoot, I seen this happen. This gave me the impulse, gave me the correction, gave me the breaking test like I needed, and boom, and my TP got smacked. And from here, you draw this, boom. You see your TPs got smacked, and then you build your confidence. You're like, okay, you just got to figure out what happened. How did that even happen? And how did it get there? Like, what was the root cause of this? And then on this case right here, we had a trend line breaking retest right here. And it's like, oh, we was above this zone right here. We broke the trend line, retested, pushed down. And if you put a fib right here, you can see that they hit that negative 27 and then he's out of it. And then what happened? Okay, now let's draw a trend line right here.
Some divergence right there too.
Good catch. So we had this pushing down. We had right here pushing down, and then we had we had that much divergence. So we just go pushing down, but it gave us a descending channel. But then we see we had this break and we tested this trend line right here. So that'll let us know that we was looking for this buy right here. And we could have took it up to this next zone because this was a minor structure field right here. It aligned up with that zone. And then once we go past that, we kept going. And then we had this consolidation, mini consolidation. We broke out of there. We didn't really get a retest, and we won't be taking the trade right there. That's just what it comes with it sometimes. But we also understand that this stemmed from this overall structure right here, impulse correction, which is 78.6. And then we know we could take that to the higher time frame. So this came from this field right here.
Yeah.
But you see how I'm putting all of these little pieces together, making it make sense. So I just broke down this whole trade right here, just from trying to figure out, okay, how did this happen? What was the entry on this? And once you start to look for those, then you're gonna get all the answers, of course. So right here, we have this push down. We could do another trend line. Trend line right here, retest. Right? Retest. That was our entry for that sell right there. And we knew that sell was coming because why? We had this breaker structure
Higher time.
right here. We had an impulse. We had a big correction. And then we capitalized on that. And took that sell down. Draw that fib. Point A to point B. Our name is 61.8. And then the same thing.
Breaker structure on a major structure too.
You said what?
Before. I said the breaker structure and retest of the kill zone major structure too before.
Oh yeah, right here. You talking about right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had this break and retest for that. So that was the first initial entry right there. So initial entry on the major structure was right there, and then the minor structure entry was down here.
Mhm.
And even this, I don't want to confuse y'all, but this is getting really deep embedded to it. Even this right here, so we go to. We had this. We dropped down to 15-minute and 5-minute. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that.
Hey, I hate that.
I said,
Especially when you're doing replay and trying to back test.
yeah. It was that. It was that.
He was right there at the yellow. Right there.
Oh yeah. So even this, so we right here. We can see. So this is where it's like it gets more advanced. So we understand that we just have this impulse. So what comes out the impulse?
Retrace.
Right. So we just had this big impulse push down. That means for that retrace, that counter trend, it has to go up.
Got to go up.
So if we know that's going to go up, now all we have to do is wait for a breaker structure, and then we can capitalize on the counter trend inside of that overall bigger impulse, right?
Mhm.
So we can see right here, this is our last lower high point. So we break this. We know if we break and retest this, it's go time for a buy, for at least a quick buy, right?
So
So
that's
you see, we throw this fib on there, point A to point B. And where does price take us to? We looking for price to take us to our negative 27. We have to trade. Once price broke and retested right here. So that was an easy, quick 60 pips. Stop loss below the low, boom. And then now we understand that that was a counter trend. So what can we do? Draw a trend line. And then boom.
So that's how you can measure the retracement.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And then we see, look, perfectly. We had our trend line, broke our trend line, retested. And also, not only did it break and retest our trend line, but it broke and retest our structure as well. What was this? Boom. This is the last little high point right here. So once we got that, we understood that this counter trend is now over. We hit our negative 61.8. See, this is how you get those sniper entries.
Yeah, you give me another view of this, how you looking at it and how you tying it all together.
Yeah, so a lot of people sometimes when they see my Instagram, they be like, how you get that sniper at that negative 61.8? Because I understood that a negative 61.8 means reversal, but also this is a counter trend. Once this counter trend is over at this negative 61.8, it's a high probability chance that we're gonna start for the overall continuation of the overall major move.
Yeah.
So we see right here, if we had this is our overall 88.6, 78.6 retracement. So we had that trend line breaking retest and we had that structural breaking retest. So you could have, this was the aggressive entry right here. I don't recommend this. But on this one right here, once we had this breaking retest, you could have got in up here after this trend line broke and retest. But that's why y'all probably was wondering why I had so many trend lines. But that's why, because I just use trend lines for everything. We go to my charts and go. You see all these trend lines everywhere. But it's because I understand the flow of the market and I know what's next just by
The
by
trend
seeing
line
this.
getting breaking and retested
Mhm.
for sure.
Same thing with you. All of it, it's all the same thing. Once you got the trend line break retest or structure break retest, then you good. You see right now, this is my ghost pattern. So I'm waiting on this ghost pattern. I'm waiting on this trend line break retest, and then I'm gonna carry it back down to these lows right here.
For sure.
And then even right here, this is a simple break and retest for this little guy right there. DJ, same thing. I'm just waiting on that trend line to get broken and retest. All simple. Even this right here. Just simple break and retest. Trend line break and retest, sell down. Is that making more sense to y'all?
Yeah.
Did you see it all stems from understanding the structure of where you at and knowing that's like the most important thing, knowing where you at and knowing what's happening. Because once you understand the flow, then it's just like you just taking it. You just giving what the market gives you. You're not trying to force it. You just, if it's gonna give you a minor structure move, okay, I'm gonna catch this minor structure buy. If you give me a major structure move, okay, I'm gonna catch the major structure. But in between that major structure, I'm gonna still catch the minor structure in between because I know what the market is telling me. And once it give you enough information to tell you what it's doing, then you just execute. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I can't wait to rewatch it slowly.
Yes.
My bad. I probably wouldn't.
No, you good. You good. I'm just gonna have to watch it like in, half speed or something.
You should have told me I was moving too fast.
No, you're not moving too fast. I just only been doing this for a few months, so I gotta watch it step by step by step.
Okay, well, don't try to do everything that I was doing just now. Don't try to do that. You stick to what's clear to you and what sticks to you, the basics, waiting on the breaking structure, trend line breaking retest to capitalize.
Gotcha.
All right, so now the next thing we're going to talk about is overall our homework and moving forward. So this is everything in the books. I taught y'all everything I learned. Not everything I know, and everything that y'all need to be successful. So y'all have the structure. Y'all know structure. Y'all know how to do a top-down analysis. Y'all know how to put your overall case into fruition. Y'all know how to describe what's happening on each time frame and making it make sense. Y'all know supply and demand. Y'all know divergence. Y'all know trend lines, and y'all know structure breaks and retests as well. And also, y'all know the fibs. So with all of that, all you have to do is practice it and practice it and practice it. So just how I showed y'all how I was practicing and I was just looking for entries, you could just literally pick a random place in the chart and then try to break it down, reverse engineer and how it happened from where it happened from. So in this case, I could look at this and be like, okay, well, I seen this big cell right here. So where did that come from? So then I start to look, and I go back and I zoom past and I look and I look and I'm like, okay, well, you probably have a trend line right here that got broken and retested. Okay, that gives me that. And then you can look to see like, okay, well, we have structure levels being broken and retested. Okay, I understand that. And then you just start to put the pieces together and then you can get closer to price. Like, oh, okay, well, this would have been my entry right here because it broke and retested this trend line and I could have caught that whole sell back down. And just from reverse engineering, just to see what happened, it's like, okay, now I'm starting to get it. Make sense?
Yeah.
And then also, even if you draw out the structure, okay, this structure played out. Cool, so this structure played out. So let me draw a fib to see where exactly it went to. Okay, boom. I see that this pulled back and hit my -6 plate and retraced again. Oh shoot, let me draw another fib on there. And then you look at it and you're like, oh shoot, this is the -27. That was the end of the trend. Boom, I got out the trade. I would have made money right here. Then I would have got the sale right back then. It's all about you building your confidence within. I can't build the confidence for you. Only you could build your confidence. Nobody else. Nobody dropping charts in the chat can build your confidence for you. Nobody telling you what they think is gonna happen on GU next week is gonna build your confidence. Only you can build your confidence. So, and that with confidence comes another thing. So y'all probably seen on this, y'all probably see these ghost patterns and probably wonder what they is. So a lot of people ask me that, but it's not that really special. It's just, I'm gonna show you how to do it real quick. Y'all just come over here and y'all click where it's the long position, short position. Y'all come over here and hit bars pattern. So if I was looking for like a trade like this, right? And I was looking for this buy to push up because I see this overall structure. I'll be looking for something like this. So in the back of my mind, I'm really looking for a ghost pattern, right? So I would just look left to see if I could find anything that's similar. So I could see that this is a similar uptrend. So I could copy this. I would just click it and then drag it to where I want it to stop. Cool. But I don't recommend that you do this on like a higher time frame because this is predicted too much into the future. So this is too much ghost pattern. So in this case, I know that, okay, if we break this trend line, then we're gonna be looking for a break and retest of this structure level. So if I'm looking for buys, I know God in the back of my mind, I'm looking for buys, then I'm gonna be looking for a ghost pattern like this. That lets me understand that I'm looking for a break and retest. But right now, so I can see right here, this looks like a break and retest. So I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna drag it over right here. And then I'm gonna look, you see how I line up with what I'm looking for? I needed to break this trend line and I need to break this up. So then I'll draw that ghost pattern. And then eventually during the week, we'll see if it play out. You see how that was right in alignment with that ghost pattern?
Yeah.
It wasn't nothing special, the ghost pattern. I just looked to the left to see something that's I'm looking like basically to move. So basically, if some people like to just draw with the arrows, like kind of how you drew yours, and you just like, we could do this and do that. That's kind of the same thing, except you would just be looking for actual bars on on the chart. So in this case, we see that this was a break and a retest, so we could copy this whole thing, and then we could put it over and bring it over to this one, and then we delete that. Oops, we delete this, and then we just put it back right there. Make sense?
Yeah.
So that's how, like, people always ask like how you predict stuff. You're not really predicting, but you just looking to see what it's gonna do based off your overall analysis. So with that being said, anybody have any questions for me so far? Y'all good? How y'all feel?
I feel good about it.
Do you feel good?
Yeah, you kind of changed my mind looking at the markets now, honestly,
Okay,
in a
good.
good way.
What about the ladies?
I feel okay.
I feel good. Like I told you, I just need to practice more.
Okay, okay. Mina?
Excited for the journey, definitely.
Okay, that's great, that's great, that's great. Well, I'm excited for the journey between all y'all as well. And like I said, y'all my first batch. So we gonna stay close. We're not just gonna end this here and then I'll never talk to y'all. We still gonna be talking, we still gonna be going over stuff. And like Krista said, as y'all practice more and more and more, y'all gonna start to get it for yourselves. And y'all gonna start to see the results. So one thing that I want y'all to do. I don't want y'all to trade this week. I don't want y'all to trade this week at all. I want y'all to practice everything that we did over the boot camp and apply it on the charts, but don't trade because this is how I see it. You just got a whole bunch of information at one time, and you need time for that information to process. But if you just go and you just go straight to the live market, you only gonna apply the information that stuck with you right then and there. All the other stuff, like the little details that we went over, not gonna really stick with you. And then if you go in the market to get your head knocked off, you're like, oh, this stuff don't work, I don't get it. Instead of practicing it first and mastering it and then applying it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
no trading this week. And that goes back to discipline. I know y'all probably answered the trade, but y'all shouldn't trade until y'all got it down pat because it's something new. Y'all learning something new. So you got to give it time to resonate. Y'all got to give it time to set it in your brains and make sure y'all actually get it because there's no point in trying to go into a live market and losing money when you don't got to lose money. Because once you get it, you shouldn't be losing money. It should be like ABCs. You should just get it. But it's going to take time for you to get it. So with that being said, I just want to say that it's an honor for me to be even teaching y'all. I appreciate y'all for trusting me with y'all journeys. It does mean a lot, and I'm super excited for what y'all have going forward. And like I said, y'all my first five. So yeah, we just gonna call it the Fantastic Five because y'all are my first 5 students. So like I said, we gonna keep in touch. We gonna keep going over markups. We're gonna keep doing homework. And what about homework? So today's homework is chapter 3. Remember, it's 11 chapters in the book. So every day after this, it's gonna be a new chapter. And I want y'all to do the emails, just how y'all been doing, 9:00 p.m. Eastern time, turn it in every day. So now y'all got 8 more chapters after today. So read the book, finish it. You'll be finished by next week. And then the next homework assignment besides that is I want y'all to go over all of these patterns, identify them, and identify the entry and identify the stop loss. Make sense? Every one of these patterns. So you're gonna find the inverse head and shoulders. You're gonna find the head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders. You're gonna find the descending and the ascending channels. You're gonna find the ascending and descending triangles, and then you're gonna find the ascending and descending pennants. And then when y'all find them, I want y'all to draw them out with the structure. So like just how I drew them out with the lines, I want y'all to draw them out just like this. So an example would be like this.
Okay, you said go over all the patterns and identify the entry and stop loss.
Mhm. So in this case right here, this is a ascending channel right here. So I was trying to draw.
Hey, Mike, my homework is gonna be a little late tonight. I'm going over to my grandma's house for Sunday dinner. So,
Okay, that's cool. So I would want y'all to identify it like this, and then y'all will just identify that entry. So in this case right here, the entry is right here. So the entry for that set. So you'll put entry, and then stop loss. And then if you want to put the short position, that way you can illustrate it with that. Put that. That way. Make sense?
Yeah. Can you go back to the patterns real quick?
Yeah. And then I'm gonna drop the video as soon as I'm done. Soon as it, because you just gotta download. Y'all should have it by like 5 p.m.
What was that other one? The Pinnacle?
And it,
Wow.
you don't really gotta really learn like the names. The names I really don't care about, but they just like the pin is just like a triangle.
What's the difference between the pennant and falling and rising wedge?
Just the shape of it. So you see how this one is making higher lows and higher highs, and then this one is it's not. It's maintaining these highs, but it's also making higher lows. So this one is getting tighter. Like you need to break out of this, and this one is kind of just like a parallel channel. Make sense?
I can not really. You might as well show us an example
So look right here.
on the chart.
You see how this one is making lower highs, but at the bottom side, it's making higher lows. On this one, it's making higher highs, and on the bottom side, it's making higher lows. So I'm gonna try to find one for you. So with the pennants, it's just like a breakout. It's just like price is forming that triangle pattern, and it's being forced to break out. So let's see if I can find it. All right, so this would be a rise and wedge pattern right here. You got this. And then you see how you make it.
Mm,
And then you break out. And then at the top, you make it a little higher. Like this.
yeah.
And then so for the pennant, the pennant is just the exact. So on the pennant one, this top side, they'll be going down like this. The highs will be making lower high points instead of
So it's just reverse.
the top side is reversed. So like this. See how these making higher low points, but this right here. See how the bottom side is still making higher low points, but on the top side, the lows are getting lower.
Yeah.
And then you eventually get a breakout. See how this form a triangle, and then this one is just like it's almost like a flat pattern.
Yeah.
So you'll just find those, and if y'all had trouble finding them, just tell me because they real hard. They hard to find if you don't know what to look for. But
You doing
still
one of each?
identify. Yeah, do one of each. And you can find them on any time frame, no matter what time frame you find. And remember to identify the entry and the stop loss. And your homework gonna take y'all a while, so y'all don't have to return this one until tomorrow at 9 p.m. because it's already 4 o'clock and I'm pretty sure y'all got stuff to do with y'all days. So I'm not gonna give y'all the homework or something because we've been on here for 4 hours. So that's a hefty time. Y'all probably need some time to rest and do all that good stuff. And then going forward, I'm gonna drop the homework assignments in the chat, and then I'll give y'all like examples.
For sure.
All right. Anybody got any questions?
Homework is due tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Correct. All right, if y'all don't have any questions, I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing. And it was nice. The 3-day boot camp was nice. And also one more thing with the, I would greatly appreciate it if everybody could do like a video review of the 3-day boot camp. It could be like 30 seconds to a minute and just your overall. So basically your day 1, your day 2, and your day 3, how you thought about it put together. So like, you know how y'all type up them emails on day 1 and day 2. Day 3, when you turn in your homework tomorrow, type that as well. But then after that, I want y'all to make a video just like your overall, y'all feelings about the boot camp, how y'all felt. And then that way I can have some like testimonial videos for the next upcoming students that come after y'all. That makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. So when y'all do those videos, y'all could just send those to me on Telegram, but send them privately. So send them to my direct profile. Don't send them in the chat. And then y'all just, I would say, have those done by, can we agree on Tuesday?
All right.
Okay.
All right, you guys. I hope you guys have a good one. Have a good rest of your day. And like I said, we not just ending this here. We're gonna continue to talk in the chat. So if y'all got any questions, hit me up in the chat, and we're gonna go from there.
All right. Good
Thank
looking,
you.
man.
No problem.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Feel better.
I will.
Yeah, feel better.
Trust me, I'm gonna be doing a lot of rest for the next couple of days.
All right.
All right, see you later.
Bye.